Good morning. If any of y'all live at the Landmark, I know you didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I don't know if any Landmark people are here, but I'm glad everybody was okay. I'd like to get started this morning and open with prayer. Chairman Perkle, please.
Bow with me, if you will. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, you're so good and gracious and kind and loving to us. Lord, I thank you for the cold weather we had. I thank you for the warm weather we are going to have. I thank you for each member that is gathered here today. And Lord, I pray to special wisdom as we look and being good stewards of your money. Lord, I pray for our families that have to cope without us while we're up here. Lord, hedge protection around them. Go before us, guide us, lead us today. Amen.
Thank you, Chairman Perkle. All right, well, we'll get started with Attorney General Carr. Good morning, and kick us off and keep us on time. We're already behind.
Is this on? There we go. You're happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to both you and Chairman Tillery for having us. Members of the committee, thank you all for being here today, giving us the opportunity to present our AFY 24 and FY 25 budgets. First, I want to thank Governor Kemp and his staff for their leadership and their support in his budget recommendation before you today, supporting our department. The governor has prioritized public safety and efficiency in government, and his recommendation for our office continues to reflect those priorities. Start with FY 24. Under the Department of Law, you will see the increase in funds to provide a one-time $1,000 salary supplement in the amount of $292,808. Obviously, this is statewide increase to pay for the salary supplements provided to state employees. Second, to provide funds to strengthen cybersecurity through contracted staff and to replace equipment in the amount of $1,179,500. And as I mentioned in the previous Joint Appropriations Committee meeting in December, and I thank y'all for the opportunity to speak then, under our plan, we would utilize one-time funds to hire contract IT professionals to help us address network security needs, which will enhance the cybersecurity of the department. We'd also utilize these funds to refresh hardware technology throughout the department. Thirdly, you'll see funding for the purchase of equipment and technology for the proposed organized retail crime and cybercrime prosecution unit in the amount of $103,500. And then under Medicaid fraud, first is the, again, $1,000 salary supplement in the amount of $45,213. And second is the transfer of funds from Medicaid fraud to the law program to reflect the disregard language in last year's budget signed in order to help us fund our ORC and cyber equipment needs. Chairman, do y'all want me to stop there, or do you want me to go on to 25? Okay. So FY 25 budget changes under Department of Law. First, you'll see an increase of funds to provide for 4% cost of living for state employees not to exceed $3,000 in the amount of $1,187,433. Number two, statewide change to reflect an adjustment to agency premiums to DOAS in the amount of $116,191. Next, you will see an increase of funds for GBA rental rates to provide for additional capital security and operational expenses in the amount of $465,213. The fourth item is to reflect an adjustment in telecom and infrastructure rates for GTA in the amount of $6,997. Number five is another statewide change to increase funds for merit system assessment billings totaling $3,225. And then the remaining issues are ones that I brought up at our previous meeting, which I went into a lot more detail. I'm going to scale that back just a bit, but obviously happy to answer any questions anybody may have. But number six, you'll see funding for 11 positions, which would comprise an organized retail crime and cyber prosecution unit in the amount of $1,417,466, and we ask for your favorable consideration of this important public safety initiative. Number seven is funding for the second phase of our merit-based retention initiative for attorney positions in the amount of $1,594,143, and I can't thank you all enough for helping us last year. We talked a lot about the issue of attorneys' salary, and this is a big help to us, and we greatly appreciate it. It's critical to addressing recruitment and retention, and again, we ask for your continued support. 8, you'll see an increase in funds to expand the gang prosecution unit to Columbus, Macon, and Savannah, totaling $807,312. And again, we are currently in Albany, Atlanta, and Augusta. have been embraced by the communities and working well there, and we think that this will only help us even more to have a presence in Columbus, Macon, and Savannah. And then number 9 reflects a transfer of funds and positions from EPD to the Law Department to align with our current operations in the amount of $172,290. And the last item in the law program is a reduction of funds to reflect efficiencies found within our IT department, totaling $404,783. Then under Medicaid fraud, again, you'll see the 4% COLA at $46,077. Second is DOAS premium adjustment of $5,134. 3 is increase for GBA to provide additional security, $11,073. Next is the increase for the Merit System Assessment billings, and followed by $13,954 for the second phase of our merit-based retention initiative for Medicaid fraud attorneys. And finally, there's a $300,000 recommendation in the governor's bond package to fund 10 investigator vehicles within our prosecution division, which is found on line 70 in JISFIC's FY25 capital funds project. And then I want to remind, as I've said before, we generate a revenue stream through the department each year that we send to the Treasury, and over the prior 7 fiscal years, we brought in an average of a little over $15 million to send to the Treasury through our consumer protection efforts. In this fiscal year alone, which we are only a little over halfway through, we've already sent over $23 million to the Treasury as a result of our consumer protection efforts. So, Chairman, members of the committee, that concludes our request, and I'm appreciative of the work that this committee does every year and the support you've given us, and I would ask for your favorable consideration of our request, and happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, Attorney General Carr. You got a couple. I'd like to start off with a couple also. So you said you were thankful for the retention money. My question is, has it worked?
It does, and again, we're on phase 1, or year 1 of a 3-phase program. Any additional amount is going to help us, and it has. I mean, look, it's always going to be a challenge. There's no doubt. There is a gap between the private sector and the public sector that's always going to be there, but there is no doubt that it's helpful, and we can get you some more information on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the money in the budget for the additional 3 gang prosecution units, can you just give us, and you may have, and I didn't hear this early this morning, but where are you with that with that whole process, and how successful it's been?
That's great. So we have already indicted almost 100 individuals statewide, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is where you got to work with federal, state, and local law enforcement. I say that about human trafficking. I say it about gangs. I'll say it about organized retail crime and cyber as well. But we've got a team in, again, Atlanta, one in Albany, one in Augusta. We had a first trial in Columbus, which was successful. There's a gang issue going on there. The community has embraced us. It has been a great situation for us there. We had a largest bust in state history as it relates to a biker gang down in southeast Georgia, which was a great example of federal, state, and local law enforcement working together, not just in Georgia, but in Florida and in South Carolina as well. We had a bust recently in Augusta where we seized, among other things, we seized guns in southeast Georgia. We seized some guns in Augusta. But we also seized 15 pounds of fentanyl, which is enough to kill 3.5 million people. Think about that, 3.5 million people. So again, what we've seen is there are issues, and what we truly do want to be is regional in nature, because we know that gangs don't really care what the city line, the county line are from an efficiency standpoint. They may be operating in a number of different areas. We work with DAs, we work with sheriffs and police chiefs, but to have that regional presence really does make a difference. Obviously, Columbus does have an issue. We work with Chairman Smith to talk with him about this. Senator Kennedy's here. We've talked about Macon, our friends in Savannah as well. Again, the paramount duty of government, what government is supposed to do, is to protect person and property. I don't care what your race is, your gender, your sexual orientation, where you live, where you're from. Everybody in the state deserves to be safe. This unit, our human trafficking unit, and others are helping make a difference, and this will only help us to do more.
Senator Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Carr, great to see you as always. I want to
too.
first just thank you for the incredible work you're doing with your gang unit. That is making such a difference to reduce crime around the state. I do want to switch gears, though, and talk about open records for a moment. Can you help me understand what the authority of your team is on that, and how you're handling those and going about those? I know we're getting those both internal to state agencies as well as through local and state governments?
Great question. So simply speaking, we run the program for local government. So we help mediate issues between our constituents and local governments. There are times, if it rises to the level of a misdemeanor where somebody is truly standing in the way, that we could bring charges. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to mediate whether or not somebody has access. First and foremost, I think that we in government we've got to believe, and we got to stand by the principle that the documents that government has are held in trust for the people. So we have to keep that in mind first. There are times under the open meetings, and open meetings, again, is to make sure that people have access to their elected officials. It's critically important in our system of government. From an open records standpoint, this body, the legislature, has passed an Open Records Act, Open Meetings Act, with, I think, 54 exceptions, which I think we take seriously. If that's what the law is, that's what the law is. But we mediate between local governments and constituents. That mediation program is, we can't have a mediation program at state level because we're the lawyers for the agencies, but we advise the agencies on how to comply with the Open Meetings and Open Records Act. But we can't mediate it with our own client, but we can and we do provide guidance on what the law requires under open meetings and open records.
Chairman Harbison.
We can follow up, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned
Sorry, Senator.
thank you. You mentioned work in Columbus, Georgia, that I want to thank you for that work and ask you the level of cooperation you mentioned. I'm glad for that too. Are you having a real impact that we can really celebrate, or we got a lot more work and need more personnel, sheriff's office or police office? Can you give me sort of a snapshot of that, how it's working there?
Yes, and Senator, I will say yes, thankful for the fact that the community has embraced us coming in. The mayor, the sheriff, chief of police, others, the DA's office. I mean, this has been a great partnership. Obviously, there was a very violent situation that occurred in one of the apartment complexes, which is where we had the first trial. We actually have another trial coming up with a different situation focusing on the same area. So again, we're at the front end of this. It's going to have to be a sustained effort. One of the things that we've also done is we created the Georgia Anti-Gang Network. Now, I bring that up because for the first time in state history, we have brought all the agencies, federal, state, and local government. Many of y'all have attended or heard about this, but we started with about 20 people in a room at Georgia Tech 6 or 7 years ago. We've now had 80 or 90 different agencies, and we've gone around the state, the purpose of which is to improve communication, intelligence sharing, and prosecutions. But fourth is to identify proven anti-recruitment programs, evidence-based, data-based programs. And we've been to Columbus a couple of times to host these meetings. We're getting a lot. This has been the hardest part. How do you divert? How do you intervene? How do you stop a young person from ever joining a gang? Which at best you may end up in jail, at worst you may end up dead. Well, what can we do to improve programs? And again, so what we've done just in December, we took all the data we focused last year on anti-recruitment. We took all that data and we've put it on our website, because what we want to do is to give communities an opportunity to have kind of the buffet be loaded and figure out what programs work best. So that's been another area that your community has really embraced us, and it's been fantastic. But we're on the front end. And for 60 to 90% of all violent crime is gang affiliated. And I'll say again, gangs come in all shapes and sizes and all colors and ethnicities. The most violent gang in Georgia, though, I'll point out, is the Ghostface Gangsters. It's a white supremacist gang that started in the Cobb County Jail. And the point is, who are the communities most often terrorized by gangs? Lower income, racially diverse, and immigrant populations. Like I said before, our Constitution says it's the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. All Georgians deserve to be safe, and I commend your community for embracing us. So we want to have that presence there, want to have a presence in Macon, want to have a presence in Savannah, because this shouldn't be a Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal issue. This is a human issue. People want to be safe. They want safe schools and safe communities and safe streets. So that's what we're trying to do. So I appreciate your question.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you Attorney General, for all the work that you do to protect us every day. My question's a little bit different. I want to talk about Medicaid fraud, about the Medicaid fraud unit. And I'm interested, I really have two questions. One is, are you finding significant fraud? And if so, how can we access the results of what you're doing? And then the second question is, how are you working with DCH, especially since they are in the middle of a contract renegotiation that might impact what you're doing?
Well, I'll answer the first is we do find fraud amongst providers. The unit has been, and I think it's done an incredible job. I don't have the data with me right now, but what I'll do is I'll get you some information, particularly since we've come into office. I'll be happy to get that for you. The unit also, I would just say, remember, it's a federal partnership, so it's a match. We get 3/4 from the feds and 1/4 from the state. And this is money to come back to the state, obviously. And so we'll get you that data as it relates to that. As far as working with the different agencies, DPH and others, we work with a lot of different folks. We hear about situations from a number of different areas. As it relates to the contract, I don't know that I could answer that right now, but we'd be happy to talk with you and get more specific information to you, if that's okay with you.
Attorney General Carr, I think I get the last one. At the last hearing in November, we asked for some follow-ups. If you had any progress you could tell us on receiving funds from the opioids, the settlements with the opioid manufacturers. We still haven't gotten that yet. Is there a timeline when we can get it?
We'll get that to you ASAP. And I think Chairman Kirkpatrick asked Commissioner Tanner that question too. I think we're making some good progress on getting the statewide structure in place. There aren't a lot of things that sometimes we do that are a matter of life and death. This is. And so I'm really pleased to see that we're getting that in place, but we will get you the information on how much has come in.
We can get it next week. That'd be great.
We'll get it to you. We'll get it to you this week.
Thank you.
You got it. Sorry about that. I apologize.
No other
Thank you all
questions?
so much. I'm sorry, Chairman.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Next presentation will come from the Public Defenders Council. I saw a lot of folks in the back. I'm not sure who's leading it.
So just backwards, forwards, that's basically it. Backwards, forwards.
Can you give this to the staff? Thank you.
Oh, that's the way.
I think I might have it on this jump drive. Oh, yeah. Okay. Courtney told me.
Yeah, there.
We have the revised one?
Yeah, I think Courtney probably
So
put
just,
some.
yeah,
There's some over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, it's a PDF. If you go back, I think she put it, if you X out of it.
Oh, is it
Oh,
just
no,
this
that's
one?
not it, no.
Oh, is that not it?
Nope, that's not it. It's, yeah, wait, that's the old one.
Yeah, that's the old one.
I'll just scroll down.
Okay.
Director, we're ready when you are. Just remember, you got about 30 minutes. You don't have to use it all.
I
And,
try not to.
feel
Good
free
morning. My name is Omatayo Ali, and I am the Executive Director for the Public Defender Council. It is a pleasure to be here again. Good morning for the privilege, and for me in particular, it's a blessing to be here. Good morning to you. I just want to thank you all first, Chairman and members of this body, for all that you have done for us as public defenders. I think maybe 30-something years ago, I never would have thought that public defenders would get the consideration that we get today to provide the constitutional rights for accused citizens, but more importantly, to make sure that we can reform. and our citizens that we encounter, and that they can be put back in their communities to be productive, and that we're doing right now. So for all of that and more, I thank you all. Over the last, I want to thank the Governor's Office in particular, and OPB, Governor's Office. Thank you all for being responsive to our needs and to for the guidance that we get on a daily basis. I just don't know how much to say, how many ways to say thank you. I don't know if Mr. Gunther is somewhere, a representative somewhere in the building. We want to say thank you to him and the esteemed legislators who passed the parity bill for us. Thank you so much. Over the last year, we have gotten the parity, which has actually been helpful to us to get more funding with our district attorneys. That's helped tremendously. We are grateful for that. We have millions of dollars to help with the backlog from the American Rescue Plan Act funding. We have annual attorney pay scale increases, which we really never saw a whole lot of that until the last few years. To the Governor's Office, we are really grateful. You see, as public defenders, we're coming from a very low point. Just 3-4 years ago, our starting salary was $45,000. What can you do with that? These are attorneys who have loans and a professional degree. But over the last 3 years, you all have been very gracious and been very good to us. And that, we call that investment in public defenders. And we are reinvesting that in our clients, in our employees, so that we can show you what that investment looks like. Thank you so much for that. We have been able to build more regional public defender offices all over the state of Georgia. We have done 13 of them. I have been traveling. I've only made it to South Georgia, Brunswick, and all the cities in South Georgia, and I see the need to have a presence in those areas. And because of what you have done, we are grateful for that. We have the new circuit level juvenile public defenders attorneys. That is where it really starts. And so we are committed to tackling the problems at the base. Thank you. And we have been able to relocate our offices to the capital area so we can save money. Thank you all for that as well. The map on here is just letting you know how much we do. We represent 85% of all defendants needing representation. So we have a tough task, but we're very privileged and we must do the work. So the next just few slides would just want to tell you about all the achievements that we've had over the last few years. The year-to-year increases in appellants, we've been able to handle that. Year-to-year increases in conflict clients, especially because of the multiple indictments that we get from gang and RICO cases. We understand the need to indict, but we appreciate this is not mutually exclusive of providing for the rights of those who have been accused. The labor market has been kind of difficult for us and everybody else, but we've had some success in recruiting and retaining attorneys, and that's because of the consideration that we get from the Governor's Office, from OPB, from the legislators. We're just very grateful for that. The recruitment has become difficult, especially in the rural areas, and that's why we're going to focus our attention in the rural areas. We have created something called cross-circuit representation, and that is helping. And that is where we use some of our employees who have a low caseload to go to other areas where the need is. We also have what we call the specialized unit, where we dispatch attorneys from Atlanta. We do it like the UPS. We just go where the need is, and we take the resources there. We have increased the use of remote technology, mobile work and travel. We have Teams meeting. It's been quite successful for us. Overall, we will continue to invest in our employees. We focus on attorneys working directly with clients in the court, because that's where it all starts, and we want to make sure that we're right there so we can provide effective representation. But beyond that, we can also provide responsive resources to target the needs of our clients, and that's working. and we see clients now going to technical schools to get their technical skills. Whatever we must do to reduce the caseload and increase our clients being in their communities and part of the tax base, we are doing all of that. We've made some strides in our ability to recruit and retain attorneys and leaders. Like I said to you all, we started 45,000 3 years ago. I am really pleased to let you all know, and I'm very thankful that now we're at 72,000, and we're hoping to go to 83 the next budget year. So I'm going to skip a few of the achievements because it's in the handout that we sent out, and for the listening audience, we will put that on our website so that it is accessible to everyone. Today we have more public defenders serving more clients than at any point in our history. And our defenders are compensated more than ever at rates. We're getting competitive. We're not there, but we're almost there. And our defenders and clients have better resources than ever, and we have opportunities for advancement for our employees. Now I get to the request. Thank you for what you've done in the past. We're asking $228,954 for the new Juvenile Conflict Defender Division. Why? We must start where it really starts. We're trying to make sure that we dedicate state-funded attorneys who exclusively serve conflict youth clients in the specialized practice of juvenile law. We are grateful for the support that we've had. We did have a grant, a big grant from OJJDP, and that was what actually gave us the impetus to look at this, because with that grant, the grant about to finish, we know we must continue the work that the grant gave us the opportunity to do. So for that, we're asking $228,954. The program will be centralized. Please let me share what we do with you in our program. We do a lot of centralization of programs. We do everything mostly, except for the courtrooms. We try to do everything from a centralized unit so we can save funds. We are going to do the same with the Conflict Defender Division. The next one is the conflict RICO case funding. I listened to the last presentation from our Attorney General. It's been a lot of indictments for gang RICO defendants. We understand that. But we have to be able to represent the individuals who have been indicted and arrested. And it's quite a few of that. And it's a growing trend. We get that, and it's a large number of indictments. We get that, but we have to be able to protect the constitutional rights of those who are being charged. We have never really gotten any specialized or any allocation for gang RICO case funding. We're asking you for $5.7 million on that. And that is to make sure that we have attorneys statewide who are specialized in the gang RICO case representation. And I'll give an example. I'm not going to go through it because I think you see it. If you have 34 clients in a 34 indictment case, it will cost us minimum $255,000. And if the case goes beyond a certain number of months, now we start to pay more to the attorneys because we know our initial payment can only cover so much. So for that, we're respectfully asking for the Juvenile Conflict Defender Division and the Conflict RICO case funding. That comes up to $5.941. Right there, I got it. Okay. And that will be for FY 24 amended. For those were the only two items that we have. Please allow me to go into the FY 25 request. We're asking 4% cost of living adjustment. I want to thank the governor's office for what the governor has already done in giving us some of the funds. We have taken that out of what we're asking you, and so we're only asking not that it's not a lot of money, but that has reduced our asking to 4% cost of living adjustment. We're asking $210,928 for rental rates for.
You could just say these are all statewide changes. You could just say these are all statewide changes.
Okay, the rest of statewide changes, I'm looking at them like, okay. The rest of statewide changes, and that comes to 3.325. GPDC is asking that we return to the judicial retirement system. Before we were pulled from judicial to executive, and we're grateful for that, we used to be under the judicial retirement system. In the interest of parity with the prosecutors, we're asking to be returned to that. That actually helps us to recruit and retain employees, because if they know that there's a robust retirement system waiting for them, they're actually going to stay longer. I also want to say that lately we've been able to reduce our vacancy rate. I think right now we are below 10%, which is, I never thought we would see that. 2-3 years ago, we were dealing in double digits, more than the 10 digits that I just said to you. And having this judicial retirement system is going to make a whole lot of difference for our attorneys, and that will stop the attrition from us to other areas where this is possible. So I am asking respectfully that this be considered very seriously. We used to have it. We lost it when we changed places, but we're still in the judicial system. We're still working in the courts. We're still having attorneys, and there's no reason why we should not have it. So I am asking very respectfully that this be a serious consideration for us. We're also seeking to maintain parity with the prosecutors so that we can do the requisite, so we can do the needful of making sure that we are in the courtroom, reduce the caseload, be ready for representing our clients and the clients that we represent, and then we move them on to the social work where we provide them rehabilitation. So in all of that, oh, please, just one more thing. The specialized unit that I talked about earlier on, this is a unit that we dispatch to areas of need. There are some legal deserts where we don't have attorneys at all, and we must have someone to be there, but instead of, we've been struggling to hire attorneys in some of this area, so what we've done is just create this unit downtown where we can just, if you need an attorney in Brunswick, last minute we'll send them. If you need an attorney in Cordele, we send an attorney there, and we'll make sure that someone is always available to represent clients. And for that, we're asking, for this specialized unit, we're asking 1.588. Conflict RICO cases, 937,500 for FY25, and attorney recruitment and retention, so that we can be on par with the prosecutors, is 9.1. Please let me say this: our salaries, whatever it is, we have no supplements whatsoever. What it is what we get is what we get. We do not have the opportunity to have any supplement from any special funds or any funds. So we ask you to continue to be considerate of our request to pay our attorneys so that they can continue to do the work. The attrition rate that we had in the past was quite detrimental, because we train and we lose them. It's like wasting money. We are doing much better because you have been considerate of our request. That's it. And the total is 16.752 million that we're asking for this time.
Thank you, Director Ali. I think you do have a couple of questions. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Ali. Certainly, thank you. It's the very first time I've been able to see public defenders' leadership be in rural Liberty County. But will you update us on the initiative, pilot program you started to assist in reducing recidivism?
So I believe you're talking about the LADDERS program.
The LADDERS program.
That is the program that we provide educational resources to individuals who live in the criminal justice system. When our clients exit, we engage them and encourage them to go to technical schools. We started the pilot in Atlanta, and we were 91% successful. We missed one person, and I'm still looking for that one person right now. And what we do, we start a soft skills program, and all our clients except one were successful in finishing that program. And then we take them, encourage them to go to the technical school. We have a good partnership with Atlanta Technical School. We're now in Hinesville, Georgia. We're in Rockdale, and what we do is we engage the technical schools in that area to please consider our clients, and it's working well. And the goal is to go to other areas. We started in Atlanta, but we're moving into other areas of the state. I have traveled, and I keep traveling the state and in economic development programs through the community affairs, so that we can see what we need. That after we provide effective assistance of counsel to our clients, what is next? We just can't stop there. And that's a way for us to put productivity back in the community, but more importantly, to reduce our caseload as well. And so, Representative, we're in Hinesville, Georgia. We're happy to be there.
Representative Hilton. I'm not Hilton, sorry, Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director Ali.
Good morning.
I want to ask a couple of questions, and I want to begin with where you just left off in terms of caseload. Can you describe for us the average caseload, and then if there are any jurisdictions or circuits that have higher caseloads that need to be addressed?
So our goal is to keep our caseload at 125. We're doing our best to follow the state bar and other regulations that have dictated what a good caseload is. We embark on case closing initiatives. That's what we're doing right now to make sure that we're actually closing our cases, because sometimes the numbers that you see are not reflective of those cases that have already been closed. We're working on that. I'm not saying that we're quite successful in that area, but that's what we're working on right now.
Okay. And then my second question is on the RICO cases, and it will be interesting to see if over time this is an aberration or a new trend line in terms of the number of resources that need to be devoted. But I saw that you had 7,500. So is the fee a flat fee that's being charged to lawyers that are taking these on, and it's only 7,500, or is it more than that? No,
it is once the trial starts and it goes beyond how many months? 1 month? Is it 1 month? We start paying on a monthly basis to the attorney.
Okay.
So this flat fee only covers, your regular, what we expect a case to take. But if it goes beyond that, then we start paying on a monthly basis, and I think we then start paying $5,000 per attorney on a monthly basis, in addition to what we've paid before.
Okay. And that's built into the budget request that you have?
Yes, that will help if we could get all that money, because we have to, some of these RICO cases take a long time.
Right.
And we don't expect attorneys, especially private attorneys, to close their practice because they have to be in court for a long time. That's why we need to compensate them at a higher level.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Lady Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work that the public defenders often do. Sometimes it's oftentimes not very reflective by folks. I just wanted to kind of question, what is your hourly rate, and is there any hourly timekeeping to justify the $7,500, or is it just a flat rate that's paid in that last month?
It is a flat rate at this point. We used to pay much lower than that, and of course we could not attract anyone. When you think about an attorney taking a case, it would be, we don't do hourly, and we pay them a flat rate as independent contractors, and we expect them to just take the case from us and provide the tools of the trade to do what they need to do. We don't keep up with their hours.
So if a case is, say, on the trial calendar, and that's all it is, all you've done is answer basically a calendar call, that attorney will get a flat rate of $5,000 for that month. Is that correct?
No, we pay $7,500 for the whole case. from start to finish. Am I answering? It's only in trial. Till trial.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's 7,500 until trial,
Yes, ma'am.
until that first day of trial.
Yes.
And so then you pay $5,000 per month for trial in sentencing?
If the case goes beyond a month, if you're on trial beyond a month, then we start paying differently.
Okay, I'll get with you offline. I don't, that's not, and how many cases do you have that involve multiple defendants? How many RICO cases do you have?
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry, I can't hear you very well. Over 70 RICO cases for the past month, right?
Okay, how many?
Over 7. We had over 70 RICO cases since July.
Can you just step up to the mic just so everyone else can hear you?
We have over 70 RICO cases that started from July till current fiscal year. And those are cases that are 6 defendants going up to, the most we've had was 65 defendants.
Okay, and how many of those result in a plea?
Oh, I don't have that right now, but I
Okay.
could get that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's your base pay for contract attorneys is $5,000.
No, it's
$7,500.
7,500, yes, sir.
From the date of indictment, essentially,
To-
until trial,
Yes,
which is going to take 6 months to 8 months. Then afterwards, if you hit trial and trial goes over 30 days, then it's $5,000 a month
yes.
over that time period. So, for instance, in the case that we know it's been published, it's being, jury selection in Fulton County is now taking close to a year.
Each of those attorneys are getting 5,000.
We're
And there are
paying every month.
Multiple defendants.
Yes, sir, we're paying every month.
$5,000
Per attorney,
per attorney
yes, sir.
for that whole month, every month?
Okay, so let me share this with you.
Yeah, please.
Just about 2 years ago, that fee that's now 7,500 was what? It was about, when I came, it was 3,000. And then it went to 5,000. And then we just changed it to 7,500. And I understand the need to pay more, but the budget has to be there. That when I said we were coming from a very low point, we were coming from a very low point. Our compensation rate was low. It just got doubled last year.
Right, Director, I think we're on the other side, though, of what, I think you're hearing us thinking it should be higher. I think the room is saying the 7,500 up to trial. I don't think you have a whole lot. I'm looking out over the audience. I don't see a whole lot of questions about that. It's the after trial amounts at $5,000 a month. I know you don't know how long jury selection is going to take. I know you don't know how long a trial is going to take, but it seems like we may need to have a discussion about how that contract would be written, especially if there are interests that law would allow for drawing out a jury selection period.
So let me say this, that's an anomaly. We typically don't see cases go that long.
Right.
And I don't know that we'll see. We met with our counsel. I don't know if you remember when this case was going on. It was, we were taken to task, and we met with our council of supervisors, and that's when we came up with this. Because it's very difficult to have an attorney who's going to sit in court all day for 30 days. And so that's why we came up with our fee.
So while we're putting the hammer on that side, let me give you credit on another side. I saw on slide 7 where you said your public defender 1 pay is up to $72,000. That's not because we took the state scale to that. That's actually because your department caved positions and took and reallocated monies even among yourself. Is that not correct?
That is correct. So we are the kings and queens of consolidation. We can't consolidate anymore. For every executive director that I have, they're sitting on 3 positions. And so the social workers that we have, instead of having them in every quarter, what we do is we centralize everything downtown. That is the lessons of COVID. We know now we can do business from Atlanta to Brunswick to Cordele to Cairo and everywhere. So we're consolidating a lot, and every penny that we save, we give to our attorneys. That's how we've been able to pay them.
But you've also caved assistant public defender positions in districts, correct? And moved those in, and when you did that, you were able to pay, if you had 3 positions paying $50,000, you were able to say, hey, listen, we'll do it with 2 and pay them $75,000.
Absolutely.
So I'm teeing that up for the next discussion I'm sure we're going to have on parity later, about how funds were used among the departments. So while we are going to strongly question the $5,000 a month and making sure there's something in a contract going forward, if jury selection were to be drawn out over an extended period, we don't want to create the perverse incentive for that to happen for our court system or for your department. I do want to give you, commend you for the way you did try to cave positions to, I mean, heck, if you were going to have 3 open positions, it was better to have 1 person who was there paid more than 3 zeros.
Absolutely. We're doing our best to consolidate a lot, too.
Got one last question, I believe. I cannot tell who it is on the back row. Everybody blends. I apologize.
I think it's the newlywed Patty Bentley Stinson.
Oh, it's Patty Bentley. Representative Bentley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Representative Patty Marie Stinson from rural Georgia. So thank you for your presentation. I was listening to it as I was driving up from rural Georgia. I just want to make sure that I give you my card afterwards, because I want to express some concerns that I have about your department down in my area of the state. So,
okay.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's your last question, Director. Thanks for being here today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all, and good morning.
Next, we have a relatively new guy. No one knows him at all. The Colonel of the Department of Public Safety. I think it's William Hitchens.
She's going to do it for me. I'm not smart enough.
Colonel, congratulations. I know you have a lot of folks you've known over the years in this room. Congratulations on the new position. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. And good morning, Chairman and members of the General Assembly. It is truly an honor to be here this morning, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak with all of you. I want to thank Governor Kemp for appointing me the DPS Commissioner on October 1, 2023, so I am very new to this position. I accept this responsibility with honor and humility. I'm excited to work closely with this legislative body as well as our other state leaders. Our commitment is to continue to be transparent and responsive to all of you and the citizens of Georgia. In the spirit of working together, in your mailboxes, you'll find a one-stop contact card for DPS command staff and legislative liaisons. We stood before you previously to explain our troubles we were having with retention and recruitment. The governor and this legislative body listened. Although we still have work to do, I stand before you today to tell you that our department is moving in the right direction because of what you have done for our employees and our agency. Speaking of moving in the right direction, our employee retention is higher than it has been in several years. With $11,000 raises in the past 2 fiscal years, it has increased the overall recruitment and retention for our agency. Our position count as of December 31st, 2023 included 820 troopers, 231 motor carrier officers, 24 Capitol Police officers, and 131 dispatchers. The decrease in open positions is in large part due to the support we have received from Governor Kemp, the First Family, and from this legislative body. The salary increases have helped give our employees another reason to continue to call DPS home. To bid on personnel, DPS would not exist if it were not for our incredible and dedicated employees. They are our most treasured and valuable asset. We can have the best looking patrol cars in the world, but if we don't have employees to drive those cars, what good are they? Our employees chose to become guardian angels of the state, the merciful and benevolent protectors of public safety. They willingly accepted the mission of DPS, and they rose to stand between good and evil. They stand tall in the face of tremendous adversity, provocation, and challenge. I think we can all agree this has been highlighted over the past 3 years. Their continued dedication to their profession is what allows citizens to sleep peacefully at night and go about their daily activities. We all know they will never be sufficiently compensated for the heroic deeds that are asked and demanded of them, but what they deliver is priceless. Since 1937, DPS has set the standard of what a law enforcement agency should be. The legacy of our agency is in the hands of our personnel. They are currently writing the next chapter of that legacy, and it is their responsibility to make sure the chapter they write becomes part of a bestseller. I want to assure you, our command staff is committed to rewarding and recognizing our employees for their sacrifice. In 2021, Governor Kemp came up with the idea of a crime suppression unit in Metro Atlanta. Since the creation of the unit and the beginning of the larger crime suppression details in Atlanta, they have conducted over 62,000 traffic stops, apprehended 957 wanted persons, issued 951 reckless driving citations, taken 1,368 impaired drivers off the road, and recovered 767 stolen vehicles valued at over $16.6 million. The success of our crime suppression details in the Metro Atlanta area has led to other police departments or sheriff's offices requesting our assistance in their jurisdiction. We've conducted successful crime suppression details in Albany, Blakely, Columbus, Cordele, Macon, Savannah, and Thomasville. In 2023, our SWAT team handled 199 calls for service. This is an 82% increase compared to 2018. One of those calls was a successful hostage rescue mission where our members were actively taking fire during the rescue. In addition, our SWAT team was involved in 2 calls that resulted in the use of deadly force. They also responded to 3 calls that resulted in a successful canine apprehension. And finally, they captured 29 murder suspects. Since April 15, 2021, when we began tracking the apprehension of murder suspects, our special units that operate in the metro area, and this includes the SWAT team, have apprehended 73 murder suspects to date. None of these things would have been possible without our personnel. Working together, we will achieve better results in providing safety to the citizens of our state. We greatly appreciate everything you've done to have a positive impact on our agency and our personnel. Your continued efforts and dedication have enabled us to achieve monumental feats, and we ask for your continued support moving forward. Our personnel still face a multitude of issues daily. Now is not the time to become complacent. Employment with our agency must be competitive in order to maintain personnel and recruit quality applicants. It comes down to a simple decision. Is it worth this to do that? If the answer is no, they will choose to do something else. Even though we've seen a significant reduction in these activities, law enforcement continues to struggle with the long-term effects of the defund the police movement, of critical news media, and judicial activism. All of this has an impact on personnel coming into or staying in the profession. As we have all seen, public safety is a 24-hour job. Our troopers work nights, weekends, and holidays. The reality is that our troopers and officers miss countless family gatherings, birthday celebrations, and children's events because they understand the magnitude of the oath they took and the requirements they have to ensure public safety. In terms of recruiting, it is important to point out that the Department of Public Safety is recruiting out of the same shrinking pool as our local and federal partners. I believe there are 3 things that attracts and keeps employees at an agency: pay, benefits, and work culture. I can assure you we're doing everything we know how to do to have a great work culture with the esprit de corps our agency has always been known for. I stress to each of you that now is not the time to think we've done all we can in terms of compensation and retirement for our members. Over time, we've seen as the number of troopers on the road increases, the number of roadway fatality decreases. The opposite also holds true. Recruiting quality applicants is vital to providing our citizens with safe communities to call home, especially with the population increasing across our state. I think it is a fair statement to say that with the power and responsibility given to the members in the law enforcement profession, this job is not just for anyone. We continue to have stringent standards to ensure we hire the most qualified candidates. If you don't meet those standards, our agency does not want you in our ranks. The command staff's expectation of each member of this agency is to build meaningful and lasting relationships, both internally and externally. The Department of Public Safety is committed to the communities we serve, and we will continue to answer the call every time the need arises. We realize in the spirit of moving our agency toward a brighter and more sustainable future. As I stand before you today, I want to personally assure you that our commitment will always be to work hard for the employees of this department and the citizens of this state. We expect every member of our department to be leaders in their community and leaders in the law enforcement profession. Before we delve into the numbers portion of our presentation, I want to remind everyone that in our society, there are protectors and the protected. Our agency has proudly served and protected during some extremely difficult times. I am proud of the men and women in our agency. They are compassionate, professional, trustworthy, and display the fortitude to do this job every day. They do set the standard. We are thankful for the governor's and legislative support that you provided in last year's budget process, from the funds for the salary increases previously mentioned, to our new radio system, additional K-9 funds, and our bond funds. We are well into installing the new radios into our fleet. We have completed installation of approximately 45% of the state. In those areas, they are fully operational in the new system. We will wrap up the remaining troops and region installs during the first quarter of fiscal year 25. At the same time, we plan to start replacing the radio dispatch software and hardware, which is the final phase of the project. This portion will provide even further enhancements to the system our members are already utilizing. We plan to have the communication centers upgraded and completed by December 2024. We currently have 47 DPS K-9s that are trained in a myriad of disciplines. In calendar year 2023, our K-9s conducted over 700 deployments. Of those deployments, 433 have resulted in felony arrest, and 148 were to track individuals. Our K-9 team has recovered over $2.6 million and 344 kilograms of various drugs. One of the newest disciplines added to the program is the apprehension of suspects through catch and hold. This year, we were able to deploy our K-9s and apprehend 43 suspects. 21 of those apprehensions resulted in a catch and hold of the suspect by the K-9. The ability to deploy the K-9 in dangerous situations provides for a layer of safety for the trooper or officer we didn't have in the past. This program has been beneficial to our agency, and we look forward to continuing its growth. I would like to update you on some of our bond projects for fiscal year 24. We have purchased 3 helicopters, 2 407s and 1 412. While these were not brand new helicopters, they have very low hours and upgraded technology. We want to be frugal with the funds and still receive a quality product. We feel like we received great deals on the 3 units we have purchased. We are already putting them to good use. Shortly after deploying the first 407 into service, a mission to locate and rescue a 60-year-old man suffering medical issues was successful. The team was able to locate the individual and navigate our ground units in to rescue him. On September 22nd, 2023, Governor Kemp and Speaker Burns announced plans for GSP to construct a new patrol post in Buckhead community on state-owned property. The post will be a 1,750 square foot facility located on the grounds of the governor's mansion. It will maintain the historical integrity of the mansion and surrounding grounds. Gerald Pilgrim from GBA and I have personally met with several civic groups in Buckhead regarding our post project. We received an overwhelming amount of support. Thank you, Governor Kemp, Speaker Burns, and the entire General Assembly for your support of this project. Lastly, we are thankful for your support and funds for the past 2 years to build our new headquarters. The previous building was built in 1957. We are now settling into our new headquarters, and as you can imagine, we see a few more smiles on employees' faces when they report to work. If you haven't been by to see our new facility, I would encourage you to stop by and let us give you a tour. Now I'd like to move to the governor's budget recommendations for amendment 24 and fiscal year 25. You will find the Department of Public Safety on page 298 for the amended 24. The statewide $1,000 pay supplement recently provided is another boost to our dedicated staff, and it is greatly appreciated. On page 298, the first program is Field Offices and Services. On line 2, you will see an increase to reflect the $6,000 pay increase for vacant law enforcement positions that will be filled in FY24. Next is the law enforcement training program that was implemented this fiscal year. We support and appreciate the governor's $1.1 million recommendation. Now that we've had 6 months of expenses, we project the program will run short based on the current funding. Our graduation rate at Trooper School has improved, and based on our projections, these funds will make our program whole. We would like to highlight that our 109th Trooper School experienced a 69% attrition rate, and the 115th is currently at 38%, and they will graduate in March. Next, we support the Governor's budget recommendation on line 2 for our Motor Carrier Compliance Division. For MCCD, the $5.17 million is to renew our weigh-in-motion hardware. This contract was originally executed with the Georgia Department of Transportation and was transferred to our agency in 2017. The weigh-in-motion system collects data for the commercial motor vehicles that enter our weigh stations. This system records the vehicle's measurements, weight, and axle spacing, and this data is reported to the U.S. and Georgia Department of Transportations. The weigh-in-motion system provides analytic data to support DOT's lifespan of our state's roads and bridges, their replacement, and may help determine what materials should be used. The system collected data from more than 39 million commercial vehicles this past year. For Amendment 24, our last program is the Office of Peer Support Services. This program started in 2019 with House Bill 703 from the 2018 legislative session. We're requesting $119,810 for one-time expenses associated with 4 positions recommended to be added in fiscal year 25. This includes 2 emotional support K-9s and all the respective equipment they will need. The work of this program is invaluable to the mental health and well-being of our DPS officers, as well as officers from our local public safety partners. In 2023, the Office of Peer Support Services staff made 5,787 contacts. They assisted over 75 different local and state public safety partners by leading 98 group interventions. They conducted 431 therapy sessions, held 5 peer certification courses where 160 first responders became certified peer counselors, and hosted 4 post-critical incident seminars with over 90 attendees. As you can see, this program and its staff brings much needed training and assistance, as well as emotional and moral support for public safety individuals during some very stressful times in their lives. Moving to fiscal year 25, please refer to page 300. I think it will come as no surprise that we're very supportive and excited for the Governor's budget recommendation of the 4% statewide COLA and the additional $3,000 for our sworn members. We also support the various statewide adjustments that include DOS insurance, GTA, and merit system billings. In aviation on line 6, we support the additional $36,885 to cover the in-grade career path progressions for trooper pilots. This will allow us to prevent a budget shortfall in this program. In Capitol Police on line 1, we support the reduction of $1.2 million that will be moved from our state funds and paid by our agreement with the Georgia Building Authority for the manpower and supplies needed in and around Capitol Hill. In Department Administration, on line 6, we support the Governor's recommendation for 1 additional information technology employee to assist with our help desk. The $80,097 includes their salary and equipment costs. The help desk services our entire agency, including our sworn members and their in-car computer needs. On line 7, we support the Governor's recommendation for the $125,000 to offset the cost of processing and distribution of crash report cost. On line 8, we support the Governor's recommendation to transfer $55,949 for the purchase of a multi-purpose copier for the Public Information Office. This copier will be used to print programs, pamphlets, and booklets. We currently outsource our printing needs, and we feel that we could get a better quality and a quicker turnaround if we did this in-house. So you will see various recommended transfers throughout each of our programs where we will recognize the cost savings. In field service offices and services, we have several Governor recommendations that total $9.95 million. On line 6, we support the recommendation of $452,558. This covers salaries for vacant positions that were not included in the $6,000 pay increases in fiscal year 24 for our sworn members. We're projecting an increased graduation rate due to the success of our past trooper schools. In past years, we've been able to cover the salaries with our attrition. Now, with the increase in salary and knowing we have a governor and legislators back in the blue, we expect to be ahead of where we are currently funded when we graduate the upcoming trooper schools. Moving to the $1.1 million increase for our dispatcher career path on line 7. These funds would add 2 non-supervisory levels to our dispatcher career path. Currently, there is only 1 non-supervisory level above the entry level, which makes it difficult to retain our experienced employees. Adding the 2 levels will allow us to both attract qualified candidates and retain the experienced dispatchers needed to ensure the safety of our sworn personnel and maximize our operational effectiveness. Our dispatchers can be the front line to our front line. They're often the first contact the public has with DPS during an emergency. And most importantly, they are the lifeline of our troopers and officers who patrol alone. If we don't have qualified and experienced dispatchers answering calls and ensuring troopers and officers are routed properly with the correct information, we cannot meet the mission of our agency. In fiscal year 20, we utilized vacant positions to fund a small salary increase to help with retention. However, currently we're experiencing a 40% turnover rate with our dispatchers. We support the recommended funds to increase our fuel budget by $95,271 due to higher cost, especially for our diesel and aviation fuels. We also support the reduction of the one-time funds for Buckhead and the Jekyll Island post. Lastly, for field services on line 11, we support the transfer of 2 positions that work under the Office of Professional Standards. The responsibility of recruiting, hiring, background checks, and cost of these positions are currently under DPS. However, these positions work at the GBI location and are supervised by GBI staff. It is our intent to move the funding and positions to GBI in the amount of $167,352 for their salary and benefits. Moving to a law enforcement training program on line 6. As mentioned earlier, this is a newly created program in fiscal year 24. We support the governor's recommendation of $1.56 million to cover the estimated costs for the training of our trooper cadets. For the Motor Carrier Compliance Division program on line 6, there is $2.59 million recommended to cover the annual cost to renew our weigh and motion hardware. This is the same system we previously mentioned for amended 24. Our last program is Office of Peer Support Services. We support the governor's total recommendation of $591,681 that includes 2 additional peer counselors and 2 additional mental health professionals. This funding will also allow for 1 additional post-critical incident seminar and training for additional peer support workers. The work of this program is vital to our DPS officers as well as anyone in public safety in this state. The additional staff in an additional post-critical incident session will only enhance the important work that they do. Finally, we moved our capital project funds on page 389 and 391. We support the $1.92 million recommendation to assist with funds already set aside to build a hangar behind our new headquarters. We work with GBA and have a total estimated cost of $6 million to build and equip the hangar. This will create efficiency for our request for services for specialty teams that are also on the same property as headquarters. Our current hangars are located in Kennesaw, Albany, Perry, Reedsville, Athens, and Augusta. Next, we are requesting $302,500 to cash fund the furniture, fixtures, and equipment needed for the new Oconee and Buckhead post. The fiscal year 25 capital projects are located on page 391 with a total of $15 million. We support the $10.82 million to replace 106 vehicles, and this includes the outfitting of equipment. This allows us to replace our vehicles when they're projected to reach 130,000 miles. As in the past, we support $1.4 million in major maintenance and repair for our facilities statewide. We benefit from the annual MMR funds to maintain and update our 89 facilities that include our post and weigh stations as needed. We support the recommendation of $2.28 million for a new post in Sylvania. This is based on the estimated cost for construction using the construction bid of the Reedsville post, which is the same floor plan. Post 21 Sylvania was built in 1960 and deeded to the state of Georgia. We currently have major repairs that are needed throughout that building. Lastly, we support the recommendation of $485,000 for the additional construction funds needed for Post 32 Oconee. This is based on the same building floor plan that was just awarded in September 2023. Our total amended fiscal year 24 and FY 25 capital project recommendations total $17,227,500. In the current state of law enforcement, the effectiveness of crime prevention and public safety is based on the law of supply and demand for personnel and resources. This has significantly impacted the ability to recruit and retain qualified applicants. In closing, I want to leave you with this. I can assure you our troopers and officers do the selfless work of putting their lives on the line to protect our communities and keep each of you safe. With the civil unrest in our society, they frequently respond to or prevent crises completely without expecting any recognition. I want to thank the governor and this legislative body for giving them the praise they deserve, even when no one is watching. I want to thank everyone for your time today this morning. Your agenda is full for the third day in a row, so I tried to keep our presentation as brief and to the point as possible. I'm more than willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Colonel. You got a few questions. Webb Robertson.
Thank you, Colonel. I appreciate your presentation. In reference to the Buckhead precinct, was that a pre-existing property and y'all are retrofitting this property out, or is this a ground up?
No, sir, it's on the grounds of the mansion, and there's nothing at that location currently, so we'll be building it from the ground up.
And what do y'all anticipate being the ribbon cutting time?
We are just getting started on a project, and it is estimated to be about 6 to 8 months.
Okay. And on the 40% attrition with the dispatchers, what do y'all attribute that to? Is it retirement, or is it, or excuse me, the 40% turnover? Is it retirement, or is it, are they just walking out the door?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. Currently there is no progression in that position. You get hired at an entry level, you get one step increase your entire career unless you get promoted. So within a year you get one pay raise, and then you're stuck in that position from here on out. I do think retirement does play into whether or not people stay with our agency for their whole career or not. But I think currently right now it's the lack of any kind of progression within the unit.
In maybe a curveball, do you know what the starting pay in that position is?
It's just over $37,000.
Thank you, Colonel.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Colonel. Just kind of a little bit of a follow-up to the whip's question about the post that's now going to be on the mansion grounds. I was under the impression that post was going to be very visible and able to be seen in the Buckhead area. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on how it ended up being on the mansion grounds versus
Yes, sir. Certainly.
On another location?
Well, I'm sure you're very familiar with the price of real estate in the Buckhead area. We looked and tried several different locations to find actually some place to rent, and the price to rent was extremely high. We looked at other state properties that were there, and the properties that we found were outside of kind of the Buckhead community. So we settled on the area right there it's in the Buckhead community. It's not far off of the main road, so it will not be hidden. It'll be on the outside of kind of aligned with the fence near Tuxedo Road, so it'll be visible. It may not be in a prime location, but we felt like being able to save money on property was the best way to move forward with it.
Thank you. Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being a good steward of our state resources. We had a long prayer about that this morning. And speaking of which, so the weigh in motion equipment that you mentioned, so it's a little over $5 million to put it in, and I'm assuming you got to do that periodically. I don't know. You mentioned something about 2017 or something. And
yes, so that was when the original contract was executed with DOT.
Okay, and but so that was in the little budget, and in the big budget, it showed about almost exactly half of that amount.
Yes, sir.
For maintenance. And so I don't know much about weigh in motion equipment, but that seems a little excessive.
Yes, sir.
For maintenance of something that, if it's half the cost of what it costs new.
Yes, sir, and that gives, I agree with this, it's very high, and we're actually working with vendors right now to see if we can get that reduced. But that is the amount of money that they've given us that it will take to maintenance those, that equipment statewide. They have about a 5-year, I think it's 5 to 7 year shelf life of being in use. So it is very, very expensive equipment, and it's very expensive to maintain it.
Wow. Okay.
You got to think.
Has the quality gone down? Because I don't recall another appropriation, and I could have missed it in past time. But if I buy a $70,000 truck and I got to spend $35,000 next year in maintenance, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for looking after us, though.
Yes, sir. We are looking at seeing if we can reduce those costs.
I got a question, Colonel. Your posts are strategically placed around the state.
Yes, sir.
I know there's one close to me in Reedsville, and then probably about 40 to 60 miles away in McRae, or now I guess it's in Jeff Davis.
Yes, sir.
And then Sandersville will be another 60 to 80 miles away. I get where those are and why they are where they are. If the purpose of the Buckhead precinct is not to what I think it was just to be visible and to deter crime by visibility in that commercial area, since we do have the headquarter post, 10, 11 miles away, would we be better served to take those funds and pour them into your dispatchers and other things?
Well, and I think that you got to look at what our priorities are. If we're trying to reduce crime in the Buckhead community, we all know what traffic is like leaving. If we have people here in the city of Atlanta trying to get 10 miles, sometimes that can be 45 minutes to get there. It just provides them a location to be more in the community, be able to respond closer to things that are there. I'm certainly open to any money dumped into our dispatchers, because that is a very low starting salary for what they do, especially if you live here in the metro area, and they do a tremendous job, and there's just right now there's not much future for them after they get there and stay about 5 years. We have a very interesting thing. It's about 80% of our dispatchers have less than, is it 9 years? Less than 9 years. So we have very few people that have any real experience.
Chairman Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had 2 questions. First of all, you probably said this, but I just wanted to confirm that the peer support mental health resources that you guys are providing are available to the 911 dispatchers?
They're available to any person that's associated with public safety at all in our state.
Okay, and then the second thing is actually about swatting, and I wanted to thank you for the way that you coordinated with local law enforcement for those of us who were swatted. And the question is, if this were to happen again, are there best practices or do's and don'ts for elected officials in that situation? If there are, can you send them out to the General Assembly?
I certainly can. We can. I'll coordinate with Director Hosey from GBI and see if we can't get some kind of either document or email that goes through. But I think the most important thing you can do is reach out to your local law enforcement agency, because they're allowed to be the ones that respond, and go in and have open line of communication there, that if they do happen to come to your residence and they have your residence flagged, they can reach out on the phone and ask you, hey, is this really going on? And hopefully a lot of that can be averted before they even show up.
Chairman Hickman.
Colonel, thank you for being here. Just one question. The turnover rate, citing to see the state trooper turnover rate go down, but every one of those other jobs were up.
Yes, sir.
So what's the difference? And I appreciate the comment about the dispatchers, but every motor carrier and everybody else was up. So what's going on there?
Well, and I do think when you speak specifically for like motor carrier, I think part of that is their roles and responsibilities have changed over the years with all the civil unrest and all that happens here in the city of Atlanta and statewide, and they have taken on more of a law enforcement role in not just being an inspector. So they are actually getting in the mix with all of us about the protest and responding to any kind of civil disturbance, and I think that's just been a change in what their past has been. Dispatchers, we kind of talked about that, where there's just not a future and a big future set up for them in their current career path. Capitol Police, I think we're pretty steady, about on same number there. overall, our number's positive. We do have some areas that we have to work on.
But I think there was 5 up there, and only 1 decreased, the other 4 increased.
Yes, sir. Well, they were either decreased or they were close to the same number. So like we might have lost 1 or 2. But we know there's work that's still got to be done. We're not in a position that, again, we feel like we can be complacent and stop.
Chairman Powell, is that you? Okay.
You've highlighted Chairlady Smith.
Oh, I had the wrong person. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chairman Powell.
Thank you. Colonel, what's the starting pay for troopers now?
Currently, right now, when you graduate out of trooper school, it's just a little bit over $58,000.
All right. What's the starting pay for a motor carrier?
It's right around $56,000.
And Capitol Police?
It's right at the same thing, but y'all also gave Capitol Police a $1,000 supplement, so theirs is $1,000 more than
motor carrier. How much money do we get back from the feds on that?
Currently, they give us a $17 million grant, and about 80% of that goes towards personnel.
Very good. Thank you.
Chairman Lynn Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And here I am, straight behind you, blocked by this wonderful guy who took my call there. But anyway, I want to thank you so much in the beginning for your outreach to our communities. You're going all the way around and meeting different parts of the state. But my question goes to what resources do you need for the high-speed chases on our interstate? Coweta County recently lost a deputy. And I know we worked together with y'all on this situation, but it's very hard for those who live in Metro Atlanta to comprehend that there really are high-speed chases outside the metro area. So I think on behalf of the awareness and the need that we as a state need to do more, these criminals are using our interstate. They're crossing into our neighboring states, and we put an undue burden on a limited force to help us with that. But the poignant message here is Coweta County lost an awesome deputy, the family lost a father, the mother lost the wife lost her husband. It just goes on and on. So my sympathies to you, but my question is, what can we do as the General Assembly?
There's some technology that's out there. From the stuff that we've tested, we have not seen a whole lot of success. You know, I think continuing to support our personnel and allowing them to use the pit maneuver. I know we damage a lot of cars, but I feel like we, weigh that cost of damaging the cars to stopping people that could eventually cost somebody their life. We try to stop that pretty quickly. I know we've increased some penalties to a felony. That's helped some, but we still have to get those convictions, and just continue to back us and sell the statement that these pursuits can be stopped with one thing, and that's the driver pulling over. We have to put the blame where the blame should be, and that's the driver stopping. When those blue lights come on, I will assure you everyone in here will pull to the side of the road. They're making a conscious decision not to stop and put other people's lives in danger. And we've seen since 2018, we had 953 pursuits statewide. This year, we've had 1,680. That's just the state patrol. So there has been a large increase since COVID of people not willing to stop and be held accountable for whatever. Not all the time is it going to be a citation. We write a lot of warnings to people. So they take a small infraction and turn it into something very dangerous.
Chairman Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Hitchens, you mentioned a radio upgrade, sir.
Yes, sir.
One of the things some of the county sheriffs and other law enforcement talk about when I speak with them is about the ability for them to hear or speak with other agencies, and I'm just wondering, would that be inclusive now of that, or is that on their budgets and their equipment, or what? How would you describe that for me?
Yes, sir. So when we move to this system statewide, whenever we hit whatever area we're in, we go meet with a local law enforcement and give them the opportunity to be on our system. And essentially what that takes is they buy one radio and they have to pay one monthly service like a cell phone bill. And then that allows us to patch our system and their system together. So we're seeing where in some areas that have a system that was not compatible with what we've had in the future, if they're willing to come on and pay buy that radio and buy that monthly subscription, then that solves our issues of being able to communicate.
That's great. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. And the hair, it's real.
Back in.
Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Colonel Hitchens 2.0. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
We're congratulations again, Colonel. My understanding is we still have per capita one of the lowest numbers of troopers in the country per capita. So speak to me briefly. You've touched on some of this, but recruitment and how it may have changed over the last 6 years. Pay is a factor. There's other factors. You alluded to that. But where are we with recruitment? I know we've got 35 new, we're funding 35 new graduates each year. So how does that affect us getting to your goal? What is that goal? And moreover, how is the recruitment going compared to that low point we had a few years past? Thank you.
I think I'll start off with our goals. Our goals for our overall department is 1,000 troopers, 300 motor carrier officers, and 30 Capitol Police officers. And you know, you mentioned right now we have 8. We're at 8 when it comes to 100,000 people, and we're the lowest in the U.S. Now, what you have to look at is, are we comparing apples to apples? Because some places are state police, and that would include GBI, probably motor carrier. Currently we're at 820, so you'd have to add those two together. But when you do that, that still does not even get us close to the median. The median, I think, is at 22, and we're at 8. So what I would say is obviously, like I mentioned earlier, pay is an issue, retirement is an issue. We're all competing with other people trying to bring people into our profession. And I think one of the things you have to look at that is a little bit different for state law enforcement than local law enforcement is we're asked to travel all over the state. Our members pack their bags and come up here, or if there's a tornado or natural disaster somewhere, they do travel all over the state and do that. I would say that we're doing pretty good with recruitment. Our big issue is retention. And when you look at the number of people that we have that have less than 9 years on, our numbers are pretty high. 55% of the patrol has less than 9 years. And so we mentioned earlier, it's about 80% of our dispatchers. Motor carriers very high as well. Let me see if I can actually get you those numbers. But those are high. So what I would say is we're not having a hard time recruiting people. We're having a hard time keeping people through retirement until they retire. And you know, from my perspective, I think the better retirement you have, the longer people will stay. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. We pay pretty decent. I think starting out, you know, with this proposed raise by the governor, it'll put us about $63,000. That's not a bad salary in a lot of our rural areas. But you got to have something to keep them, either show them progression in the future or something at the end like retirement. I hope that answered everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. I tell Chairman Petrie, I got a little antsy when I saw your light flash up because I thought it was fixing to get really fun, and I thought it was the gentleman sitting. I thought the light that was blinking was for the gentleman sitting to your right, and I was like, this is going to get good. Hint, hint. Chairman Lee Anderson.
Colonel, thank you for all your staff and making us feel real safe. Thank you so much. Getting back to the hair, I know it's real. But is it the real color?
Yes, sir. Believe it or not, I've not ever done anything to my hair, but I'm afraid being in this job at my age is fit to start changing.
Getting to a serious note, where my district is, I'm real close to the state line.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us how it works when, say, you're in a chase and then you got to cross that state line in South Carolina, Tennessee, or Alabama, Florida?
Yes, sir. So what we ask our post commanders and station commanders to do in those areas is create relationships with the highway patrol or the sheriff's office that borders them. So when we do go over there, this is not the first time they've talked. They kind of know the rules of the game and what needs to be done. But, you know, we just follow law and policy. If it's a felony, they can continue pursuing over the state line. And once we encounter law enforcement from that area, we turn that pursuit over to them for whatever they determine they need to do. If it's a misdemeanor, we do not pursue across state lines. And we'll do that for them. If it comes into our state, we have those relationships, and they will call us and ask for our assistance.
Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're on the hair subject. I kind of like that. There's an old gentleman keeps wandering around the halls here that hair does look similar, but it's really gray. And I know all the other guys' hair has left here. With that, wanted to tell you, most of all, to each and every one of you, thank you very much for being here every day, and thank you for what you do in Georgia. But I wanted to ask a question about the retirement. Is it vested at 10 years, 15 years? Where does that start?
Yes, sir. Well, it depends on which retirement we talk about. The one that I'm under, which is what they call the new plan, is vested at 10 years. Currently, with the GSEPS plan, is 5 years, and then if they leave, they take that 401k portion with them wherever they go. So in my estimation, that is not an anchor to keep somebody at an agency. Like me, when I got to a certain point in my career, there wasn't thoughts of going anywhere else because I had a lot to lose if I left.
Well, thank you again. And that older gentleman we were talking about wandering the halls, I think he has about 8 retirements. So thank you again for what you do. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, it's fixing to get good. Former Trooper Chairman Lumsden.
Good morning. Good. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your overview. Along those same lines relative to retirement, I wondered if you could probably maybe fill in a little knowledge gap that some here may have concerning our previous retirement, the retirement history of our department or of the State Patrol, where it was and where it needs to be. Could you just sort of give us an overview of that?
So in our history, the retirement of some of these folks that are retired was they were able to work 34 years and get a 90% retirement. So when they left, they were pretty comfortable with what they were doing. And that changed until what they call the new plan, which is something that I'm under, is a 2% a year retirement. And then we moved into the GSEPS plan, which is a 1% retirement that is with a 401k match. And like I said, I just think, you think back in, Chairman, your time, how many people left the patrol that truly left? There may have been some that left and came back, but very few people gave up that benefit, and they stayed for an entire career. And I think if we had something similar to that, maybe not at 90%, but something that ties them to this agency, and if they do leave, they actually lose something pretty significant. I think we would see our numbers of how many employees stay to the end would certainly skyrocket, in my opinion.
Right. I really believe that is a real draw that needs to be there to help anchor them to a career. Because when we went, a lot of us in our generation, we went to worked 34 years, walked away with retirement, whether it was law enforcement or some other area. But the world has changed. So,
yes, sir.
but there are some things that we really need to maintain in order to keep that retention. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, well, his button's flashing. Last question. Oh, it's gone. Well, you sure? Do you want to ask a question, Chairman Hitchens, or not?
He has a pretty good advocate at home that would be very crossed up with me if I was to ask him a question.
I think we know who that is. Can't beat Mama. Colonel Hitchens 2.0, no more questions. Thank you for your presentation and your service.
Thank y'all very much. I appreciate it.
I'm kind of glad that's over. The hair jokes were getting a little scary. Next up is Director Chris Hosey of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI. How are you? I am good. What did I do? All right. Director Hosey, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. First off, let me thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning to speak in front of you. After being a part of this agency for 36 years and having the honor of Governor Kemp appointing me back in August as director is obviously one of the highlights of my career in life. I'm appreciative to Governor Kemp for that opportunity. We appreciate the continued support of the governor and with the GBI, the continued support of everyone in this room here today. We are grateful for that. And again, I am honored to stand here before you this morning to represent the fine men and women of the GBI. In our challenges that are continuing with us, which I'm one to tell you that I believe challenges make you stronger. But we continue to work on these things, as I'm sure as many state agencies do as well, and law enforcement. But it is to maintain our appropriate staffing for our agency in our critical needs areas specifically. We have a lot of work units across this state, and within the different divisions, they're very complex as our mission is, and in many cases requiring advanced degrees, whether it's in the investigative division or the crime lab itself or any of the others as well. Ensuring that we're staying competitive with our recruitment, and the governor's budget recommendation, I will add, is in line to what our mission is within the agency, what our vision is within the agency, our strategic plan within the agency, and again, it addresses our budget needs and our capital projects as well as we move forward. Also within our challenges is our workforce and infrastructure. Again, is to keep the GBI's mission to continue to increase with each fiscal year with the challenges that are put on us, the initiatives, ensuring that we are hiring qualified people to fill those positions in the critical areas that we have around the state. But also within that second challenge is our need to keep our facilities in proper working order as we expand, or as we have expanded and continue to expand as an agency. The need for those facilities to house our staff as our staff is growing for the needs around the state. We need to be addressing that, as well as ensuring that the current facilities that we have, which many of them are decades old, that we're keeping them as current as we can to ensure that our personnel have a good place to work, a professional place to work, a place that they really enjoy working at and coming to each day. And then our third challenge there obviously is, and again is with many in the way of the world that we live in today, is with technology and ensuring that we're staying current on that, keeping our updates with our technology within the agency. We have still continued to work on developing and acquiring a case management system for our investigative division. But within those challenges as well, as you'll see in bullet point 2 there, is ensuring that our crime lab equipment service contracts are staying up to date. And that's been one of our requests and one of the recommendations, obviously, that you'll see here in just a minute that the governor has made that we fully support, is keeping those service contracts current. Again, several of our missions are very critical, and what we're attempting to do in the technology challenge is staying current with the current technology in all of our divisions, Crime Lab, Investigative Division, GCIC, but also looking to see where we can make advances with the technology to be more efficient in what we do, to increase the speed and the turnaround in what we do, regardless of what division that we are working out of with that. Again, these are constant for us. We welcome challenges, and we're working towards meeting those challenges, and the governor's budget recommendations again help us address those needs. In the governor's recommendation for amended FY24, House Bill 915 is the one-time salary supplement for state employees. Obviously, that went into effect in December of this year. That is greatly appreciated, and again works towards the recruitment and retention, or at least the retention of our personnel across the agency. The second recommendation for FY24 provides a startup cost for 2 criminal intel analysts that will support our street gang database. I'll touch on this more in just a minute, but we hit phase 2 of that street gang database in the last fiscal year. Our staffing has been assisting with getting information entered into it. That gang database, of course, is a pointer system from the investigative perspective of combating gangs and violent crime across the state. But they have also spent countless hours in helping train our local law enforcement partners across the state in the proper way to enter that information, ensure that it is valid, and that it is beneficial to the investigation. Those 2 analysts will work full-time to ensure that that information is valid, that is being put in it, and meets all the requirements that have been set forth for that street gang database. For FY25, we do appreciate as well the governor's recommendation, including the 4% COLA for the dedicated men and women of the GBI and law enforcement in this state, and the additional $3,000 for post-certified officers in the state of Georgia. Greatly appreciated, and again will help with one of the challenges of recruitment and retention that we have across this state in our profession. The remaining on this slide here, the remaining items deal with the various rate changes for DOAS and GTA, and the elimination of one-time funds for the crime lab and the cold case unit that were in FY24's budget. Also within, going to, we back up one here. Here we go. Sorry about that. For our forensic scientific services, our crime lab services over 600 law enforcement agencies in the state and 50 judicial circuits within the state of Georgia. One of the budget recommendations by the governor that we fully support, it provides full funding for the 21 crime lab positions that were partially funded in FY24. We're in the process of hiring these positions, which consists 14 scientists, 2 crime lab managers, 4 lab technicians, and 1 evidence receiving tech. The majority of those scientist positions will go to the chemistry and toxicology section, with chemistry being the highest backlog area that we have, specifically in the drug identification part of the chemistry section of our crime lab. Bullet point 2 is to restore the instrumentation service contracts at $1.5 million. That is for our crime lab equipment service agreements. Back in FY21, we were cut $1.1 million in service contracts, and what that causes is if we do have equipment go down or that needs updating without those service contracts, our response time to get them repaired or get them updated is going to be slower, which is now going to impact our backlog and obviously again slower response time to getting the information turned around and back to the agencies that requested it. In addition to that, those contract costs are going up, so we have projected $1.5 million to cover that. One of the GBI's top priorities in our agency has been addressing the critical shortages in our medical examiner's office. As you well know, there's a national shortage of medical examiners across this country, but we currently have 19 doctor positions within our agency. 12 of those are filled right now, and that has gone up probably since the last time someone spoke here from the GBI. 7 of those are vacant positions. 7 of the 19 are vacant. 3 of them are at headquarters, 1 is at Macon, and 3 are in Pooler. But I have better news. We have approached this with a multi-pronged approach to address the medical examiner situation. We've done this through working on loan forgiveness, utilizing part-time doctors, utilizing locality pay from Macon, and if approved, you'll see in the last bullet point there that I'll touch on more in just a minute, we will support the locality pay for the Pooler office as well. When we did that for Macon, we were able to hire a doctor for the Macon office last year. In our fellowship program, we have hired 2 of the 3 previous fellows and 2 current fellows plus 1 external fellow has applied for doctor positions with us, 2 of those for headquarters and 1 in the Pooler office. The support staff in bullet point 3 in front of you there, keeping in mind that the support staff throughout the Bureau is what allow other critical positions to run optimally, and specifically speaking of the medical examiner's office. The governor has recommended, and we fully support, the addition of 1 forensic photographer. We currently only have 1. 6 death investigation specialists for headquarters. We currently have 16 at the headquarters ME's office, and it is optimal for 2 to 3 death investigation specialists per doctor. So as our doctor numbers increase, which we need that to happen, our death investigation specialists will need to go up as well. 1 quality manager to assist with accreditation and policy updates and reviews, and then a pediatric death support staff, which primary purpose is to support data collection, dissemination. That consists of 1 supervisor and 1 business analyst. And as I alluded to earlier, the locality pay for Pooler, which is $50,000 per doctor. And as I mentioned, it has been effective for our Macon office, our Macon ME's office as of last year. In our recruitment and retention for the medical examiner's office, as I mentioned, alluded to partially, we've had 2 fellows that have already applied for positions that would be filled in FY25. 1 is interested in Pooler, 1 is interested in our headquarters ME office. That locality pay, as I mentioned, would assist in Pooler as it did in Macon, and it helped us hire 1 doctor last fiscal year. All of this, the loan forgiveness, this multi-pronged approach, I'm a full believer has assisted us in moving our ME's office forward. And if all goes as planned, moon and stars line up, as they say, hopefully by this time next year or next year, we will have a full staff of ME doctors in Pooler, which will be a great benefit and really help us with our current situation. The other thing that I will mention in that multi-pronged approach outside of the loan forgiveness and everything else that has been a success, and as I have seen the enthusiasm in the medical examiner's office when I've gone back to visit, is the extreme great leadership being provided by our Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Jeffrey Smith. So I'm grateful for the work that he and his staff are doing in that ME's office to push us ahead and make us stand out above every other ME office in this country. When you're looking to get doctors and there's a shortage of them nationwide, we got to find that one thing that stands us out above anybody else in the country. Our backlog for our crime lab as of the 12th of this month is over 38,000, and again, that's submissions. 94% of those fall in our chemistry section, followed by forensic biology and firearms. Our sexual assault kit backlog is at 191. We're currently still outsourcing, utilizing state and federal funds for chemistry and firearms and forensic biology as well on outsourcing. Where that has assisted us is allowed when we can push some of this out, whether it be outsourcing the services itself or even some of the training for new scientists, it has freed up our current scientists to keep working on the submissions that are coming in and not having to be tied down with some of the training and so forth. But the outsourcing of services has greatly assisted us in moving things forward. Also, within the medical examiner office needs and support system, our child fatality review unit, which is part of our medical examiner's office or falls under it, was transferred to the GBI back in FY15. During that time, we did not receive resources for that unit, but had some funding that was appropriated to DHS to provide 3 analyst positions who are attached to GBI for data validation, collection, and dissemination. As part of that request, we're requesting a supervisor and an additional analyst to properly resource data collection and dissemination of data for our annual report that we're required to do. Again, that's part of the child fatality review unit that Scott, Assistant Director, and myself have taken a good hard look at since coming in, and we're looking at ways to build that unit back up. Specifically for this reason is that we're reviewing about 400 child deaths a year. So we need the work that that unit does can assist in not only education, but looking potentially for cause effect of child deaths in this state, which will be of a great advantage to our citizens of Georgia. In our regional investigative services, the $3,000 increase for post-certified officers, again, is greatly supported, and we appreciate that by Governor Kemp and your support here in this legislative body. Will greatly assist with recruitment and retention in our agency. The bullet point 2 there at $221,000 adds the 2 criminal intel analysts for our street gang database. As I mentioned, phase 2 of the database rolled out in FY23, and they will be there to vet the data and support required audit functions as part of their job as the analyst. 2 criminal intel analysts will be transferred to GBI from Department of Public Service, DPS. They are detached there currently to GBI, and doing in this manner will be seamless in the current activity that they conduct at the watch desk for GSAC. And as we move forward, I believe the operations will be even more seamless as we move forward in protecting this state. Bullet point number 4 there is to fund the GBI gang task force at $4.86 million. That would put a GBI gang unit in Columbus, Georgia. We are working in partnership with the Columbus Consolidated Government and surrounding jurisdictions in arranging that. That includes 14 positions, special agent positions. Obviously, supervisors are within that as well. 9 special agents, 2 digital forensic investigators, 2 intel analysts, and an office manager for that unit. If you recall, last year we opened up one in Macon, Georgia, and they are currently doing an outstanding job addressing the needs of Middle Georgia in gangs and gang activity. Currently, as I mentioned to you earlier as well, we have 19 ME positions for the GBI, 12 of them being filled, 7 being vacant. We currently have one part-time doctor in Pooler, and we're paying supplements to headquarters doctors to help cover Pooler and Macon when the need is there. As I mentioned to you also earlier, the shortage of medical examiners across the country, we're not the only one experiencing this. The national standard for autopsies for doctors per year is 250. In calendar year 23, our doctors were performing 418 autopsies per doctor, so it's quite a significant increase. However, in calendar year 22, they were performing 458 autopsies, so we have dropped that number in 1 year by 40, and I attribute that to the addition of doctors coming on and the assistance being provided there to make that happen. Because of that, because of the high number of autopsies that's being conducted, our full accreditation has been downgraded to a provisional accreditation, and that is based on the number of autopsies that's being reported that doctors are performing each year. So again, our goal is to build that the ME's office back to where it needs to be, to where we can get that number down, not just for accreditation, but just for the sanity of the doctors that are conducting autopsies every day. But obviously, again, doing great work with that. And again, looking for what we can do to attract doctors here to be a part of the GBI and not another ME's office across or in the country. There are 500 board certified forensic pathologists in the U.S. That's less than 1/3 of the 1,500 forensic pathologists that are needed. With that too, we have to take into account potential retirements coming on as well with our agency. The MEO Fellowship Program, as I mentioned also earlier, is currently in its 4th year, and including this year's fellows, we have trained 7 forensic pathologists. Of the 5 fellows that have completed training, all have passed their forensic pathology board certification successfully, and 3 have been recruited to full-time positions at GBI. Of the 2 that did not stay with the GBI, 1 moved back to home state, and the other is employed with the Fulton County ME's office. The 2 current fellows in training have both submitted applications for GBI medical examiner positions to be there full-time. And I will add to that, as of last week, a doctor out of Texas accepted an offer to come with us. That doctor's background will be being sent out for processing to get that hiring in place, and that doctor will be going to our Pooler lab. So that's exciting to have that moving. We have received a temporary complement increase for the 24-25 fellowship year to train an additional fellow from the military. So there will be 3 fellows for the 24-25 fellowship year. We have also received temporary complement increase for the 25-26 fellowship year to train 3 fellows, and we've received 12 applications for that fellowship year, and we're already in the process of conducting interviews for that. That is all a part of the multi-pronged approach that we've taken to try to address the ME's office, obviously with yours and the governor's support in that. And it's not only to address the ME's office on the current day, but it's to address the ME's office 5 years, 10 years from now, so that once we get this program back where it needs to be to properly service this state, nobody will be standing here with that issue in front of them any further or any longer. Our GBI Crime Lab request for services, as you can see on the graph, especially within the last 2 years, we've not gained a lot of ground, but we've not lost a lot of ground. And even in FY24, where we are right now, we are releasing more evidence than we're receiving. So we're ahead of the curve right now as we stand for fiscal year 24 and doing real well with it. If I look back at FY19, there was about a 6,000 to 7,000 case or submission difference in evidence that was released versus evidence that was received. And I believe over time, as we have lost scientists and now picked them back up, but evidence submissions have also increased. We have had our scientists in training. The success of FY24, I give that success to the fact that we are having scientists now coming out of training that are being able to address the submissions that are there. Within that too, I will say that they put priority cases that come in as a priority and get those turned around real quickly when there's a need for them, whether that is an officer-involved shooting or homicide, whatever the case may be. They are on top of it to get that turned around. As I mentioned earlier also, 38,889 cases are backlogged as of January 12th of this year. 94% of those are in our chemistry section, and the majority of those are in drug identification. Myself and Assistant Director Dutton, we have visited, I know 3 of our crime labs here in the recent months, and what we see in the backlog of the evidence room is drugs, and typically it is marijuana. Because the officers do not have the ability to identify marijuana on the street anymore. It's having to come to the lab to make the determination between hemp or marijuana, and that's put us in part of what our backlog is being involved in. The other backlogs, 8.7% is in forensic biology, 7.9% is in firearms. Our backlog in sexual assault kits as of the 12th of January is 191. Our labs receive about approximately 200 sexual assault kits per month. In the pre-99 cases, the swabs retained in anticipation of analyzing them with newer technology. Those are pre-99 cases, and since Senate Bill 304 in 2016, efforts have been made to review 13,548 of those pre-1999 cases. 2,114 of the 13,548, that's 15.6%, of those pre-99 cases retained have been determined to be suitable for DNA testing using the current technology. So that's a little bit about our backlog situation, or our evidence submission situation that we're working on. But I'll submit to you that our crime lab staffing is approaching this as professionals, and as I look back and I see good years that we've had versus bad as far as the evidence submission goes, one thing that I've recognized that our crime lab is doing is they're not giving up the quality of their work for the turnaround of it. And we can't subject ourselves to that. There are some things within testing that we do within our labs, toxicology for an example, that takes a certain amount of time for that to be done and be done accurately, and we definitely do not want to compromise that. With our challenges in expanding our services or expanding our agency and services, we really want to see some of these services be able to expand to different labs across the state, so that we can have quicker turnarounds and service our partners and customers in the state much better with additional services around the state. So to touch on our street gang activity in Georgia, we conducted 287 cases, gang-related cases, or where there was a gang nexus to them in 93 counties last year. They arrested 325 individuals on felony charges, seized $4.7 million in contraband. Of those subjects, they resided in 92 different Georgia counties. We investigated validated criminal street gang members that participated in organized crime from different facilities around the country, state facilities. 10 arrests of residents from other states, and 6 arrests came from a different country. We have consulted on street gang cases more than 50 times with our local partners, and additionally, outside of the agents that are assigned to the gang unit in Atlanta and Macon, we have regional gang specialists in each one of our work units around the state. They take a deep dive into each one of the cases that is investigated to see if there is a nexus to any sort of gang activity, violent crime, whatever the case may be, and if so, they are pursuing those charges. You can see from the slide that a lot of the cases that we work, there is another criminal element to it, whether it be homicide, drugs, assaults, even human trafficking. So the importance of working that and addressing it is paramount to us. And within the governor's recommended budget, the addition of the gang unit in Columbus will add to that as well. In addition, as on the slide, we have trained over 1,400 law enforcement professionals, prosecutors, and K through 12 educators in recognizing gangs and their activity in their communities. Currently, also, we have one pending indictment of 55 violent criminal street gang offenders. That's in the Macon and Dublin area. We work those cases in collaboration with Bibb County Sheriff's Office, Lauren County SO Sheriff's Office, Dublin PD, and some other partners in that area. The thing about working gang cases is that it requires partnerships, and we're working very closely with our local partners on that. Our officer-involved shooting cases or use of force cases that we see a lot of, obviously, and unfortunately, we were requested to investigate 125 use of force incidents in calendar year 2023. Of those 125 investigations, 104 of those were officer-involved shootings. We were down from 112 OIS cases the previous year. The other 21 cases that were investigated as use of force were non-firearm related incidents such as blunt force trauma, impact weapons, taser, and OC spray. And of those use of force cases mentioned there, 38% of those were worked out of our Atlanta field office, which covers the metro Atlanta area here in Georgia. And that's the majority of the work that the Region 10 office or the Atlanta field office is conducting is use of force incidents, as we are at about 4 or 5 already for this year, as I recall off the top of my head. That is the presentation for the GBI. Let me tell you again how much we appreciate Governor Kemp's support on all of our efforts, how much we appreciate this body's support. The men and women of the GBI are very proud to do the job they do. I meet with them, talk with them every opportunity I get. They are very proud. They are very thankful for the support of this body, from the governor, from the citizens of the state as well. And we look forward to continue to face our challenges head on with your support, with the governor's support. We're going to make Georgia proud of the GBI. And I'll entertain any questions you have.
Thank you, Director Hosey. You got quite a few. I'm going to start off with the medical examiner's office in Macon.
Yes, sir.
I know that you spent quite a while trying to recruit a medical examiner, and I understand that nationwide issue, and congratulations on getting one. My concern is, from what I've learned about the office there, are we going to be able to hold on to them? Can you give me a status of the facility in Macon?
Currently, have we started yet? So we have had to start with a remodel, not a remodel, but a repair effort with the ME's office in Macon. That is due to moisture, mold that has taken place. The Macon building is old. And it is going to be about a month time frame to take care of that. In the meantime, and this was known several weeks, months ago, but in the meantime, the ME's office had already made plans as to how to accommodate and continue on while that is being repaired, which again is going to take about a month. It is going to be done through work in the Pooler office and headquarters to ensure that the autopsies continue and they're done in a timely fashion. The problem with Macon is it is one of our facilities that is old. And my assumption, only having been in this position since August, but having been a part of this agency for 36 years, is we tend to put our finger in the dike sometimes when we see building needs, because we're looking at it and we're saying, well, we've got this much money, how best can we utilize these funds for our agency to best serve the state? And a lot of times I think we put a piece of duct tape on it because there's a need to put agents on the ground or scientists in a seat. And we tend to let those things go sometimes. That is where we are with it, but we have plans for repairs and expansions of that lab. I think, obviously, we got a doctor from Macon last year. I think in the efforts of what we are doing right now, especially when we can give doctors a nice place to work, that, and Macon being my example there, that we will attract doctors. I believe just in the fellowship program and the other things that we're doing and the interest that we're seeing in just the sheer numbers of doctors entering this fellowship program, finding an interest in Georgia, we will fill Macon to its capacity like we will Pooler. And then outside of that, the doctor that we believe will come on with us and go to Pooler was not part of the fellowship program. She was attracted to the GBI by the sheer recruitment efforts of Dr. Smith and his staff.
Director, first of all, congratulations on your new role, and we look forward to working with you. Thanks for understanding the medical examiner issue. I know you're well versed in it, but basically the part of the issue that the South Georgia counties and communities were feeling, really championed by Senator Lucas, was, hey, if we have a death in Sylvester, we're carrying that body for a medical exam, it's got to go all the way to headquarters. The local sheriff's office is losing a deputy for a full day, whereas if they could get it to Macon, they can save on not only transport costs, but also deputy time.
Right.
You made the comments about the Macon clinic, or the Macon office, and the mold and mildew and moisture there. And I think, if I'm correct, they're actually hoteling folks in, our medical examiners, you're hoteling them in Pooler to continue the autopsies there.
That's correct. We're paying for travel to get them down to conduct autopsies in Pooler.
My question would be that this budget shows a $40 million increase for the medical examiner facility in DeKalb County on the crime lab there, but none for Macon. Why would we not want some of those funds to be spent in Macon, or need some of those funds in Macon, given the issues you've already presented?
We do, and we are in the process and have been planning, and there's been some delays put into it of expanding the medical examiner's office, but we also see a need to expand the crime lab side of the lab as well, and here's why. We lost services in a lot of our labs several years ago, and almost had some labs closed. Luckily, that did not happen, but when we did, we lost some services in some of the different labs. And Macon, as an example, we need to, and we have some of the planning taking place for that expansion, but we also need to fully service this state like we need to. We need to be adding some services back to the Macon lab. Example, firearms and forensic or toxicology. What that will do is it will allow some time being saved on the turnaround time of having to ship evidence to another lab or Atlanta for processing and getting it sent back. And it is all being done, serviced within one facility. The delay on that, and this is Chris Hosey's perception, only been in this position again since August, is when we're only given, limited amount of funds at different times, while greatly appreciated, we've had to look at those and say, where can we best utilize it based on the needs that are currently taking place? And I think Macon is potentially one example that may have got pushed to the side just a little bit, but it is back on the radar. There are plans to expand that Macon lab, or there are plans drawn to expand that Macon lab. It's a matter now of which plan to actually go with. But now also seeing the need because of the increase in services in not only chemistry but firearms and toxicology, that we need to increase that as well. That will better serve the medical examiner's office in Macon when we can do that as well. So we've kind of stopped in the middle of our planning there to look at that as an option as well.
Y'all, we've got quite a few questions, and we're in the essence of trying to stay sort of on time. I'm going to take two. I'm going to take one from the Senate, one from the House. Whip Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, it's great to see you. I know you and I were in a lot of rooms together throughout our careers, and if we'd have told anybody that I'd be sitting here and you'd be standing there, we would have gotten a mandatory drug test and a fit for duty exam.
I wouldn't have believed you.
But with the recent studies that have come out on the impact of marijuana and the psychological problems it's causing, everything up to and including schizophrenia, I know several years back, the GBI had to step back a little bit on a lot of the testing. And so especially years prior to the pandemic and during the pandemic, a lot of cases of marijuana were not being able to be made on the street level. And when you talked about the chemistry and the necessity for the chemistry, will you have the personnel and the equipment to go back to the way it was done in the past, where local agencies make marijuana cases, they'll deliver the evidence to the crime lab, and the evidence will be able to be tested there, and then the agency notify the results of those tests?
I believe we can, but the situation right now, as I understand it, in talking with our crime lab managers, is whether it is having to be sent to another lab or whether we can process it or analyze it within our own lab. It is the sheer backlog and the time that it takes to do that, to distinguish between hemp and marijuana, and also to distinguish the percentage.
THC.
That's right, within it.
Yes, sir.
And that is taking, the process itself is taking so much more time than it used to do when we could simply look at a marijuana leaf under a microscope and count the points and say, that's what it is, and it was good enough for a report.
Well, and I understand other agencies have asked for similar testing equipment, and I just want to make sure that whatever we fund, we put it in the agency where it offers the greatest benefit. And my personal opinion is I think that would be the GBI at this point. Second question, quick, the locality pay that's going down into Pooler, I assume that is to get parity with other similar jobs located in more, I guess, better parts of the state?
Well, that and also to attract to that area of the state for doctors. A lot of the doctors want to stay in, Chris Hose's opinion, in headquarters, but we need them in Pooler. And I think a part of it too, and this is something that I think has gotten better, is educating our fellows and applicants that have come to the GBI about where Pooler is, what it has to offer, and so forth, because it's a very nice area of the state. But it is to attract them to go to those two areas of the state.
Okay, thank you. And last thing, a compliment. I really appreciate the fact that evidence releasing is outpacing evidence received.
Right
I think
now.
that's a clue that y'all are moving in the right direction. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chairman Werkheiser.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director, for a great report. Two quick things. Thank you for your success on working on the rape kit backlog. I think the General Assembly would love to see a report on the results of that, like arrests, convictions, or anything. And then secondly, I don't think you mentioned, we funded for the first time a homicide cold case unit last year. Any update on that at all?
So currently, they would have started officially July 1 of last year. They have been in a review process, meaning they are taking cases that fit the criteria for review and reviewing them to see if there are any probative leads that they can follow up on. We're getting close to the point that is now time to report back to say, yes, there are, and no, there are not. And if there are not, then it stops there. If there are, and that's based on investigative acts, it's based on new technology, obviously, within our crime labs and our scientific community. Then if they are, they will start pursuing those leads, working with the local agencies that were, whether they were originating agencies or they were assisting on it, or we were working together on it. The last check, I don't remember the exact number. I want to say there was somewhere between 12 to maybe 20, and I may be missing that by a few, that they were currently looking at to determine if there were probative leads to move forward with.
Thank you, Director Hosey. You did have about 10 other people that wanted to ask you questions, so I'm sure that the members will be reaching out to you individually.
That'll be
so
fine.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Just forward and back.
It's a real problem.
All right, y'all, let's move on kind of quickly. We're already 10 minutes behind. We've been doing good. Commissioner Nail, I know you're disappointed that all the cameras are leaving. They don't want to see you. They don't want you to be on the news tonight. I know that disappoints. All right, y'all. Let's move on, if y'all will. Welcome, Commissioner Nail. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committees, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present here to you today. By my count, I'm the 40th presentation. So I will be brief, and I hope we'll get you back on schedule. I first want to start off with the mission of DCS, not to read it to you, but simply let you know that any money, resources, time, and energy that we receive is in direct support of our mission. If it's not, we shouldn't be asking for it, and we shouldn't be utilizing it. So first and foremost, everything is going to be driven by our mission. I'll start on page 145 of the governor's recommendation. Of course, you've heard it, the one-time $1,000 salary supplement at $2.1 million, or just shy of $2.1 million. Certainly want to thank the legislature for that. That has made a huge difference. So I want to thank you for that, as well as your continued support. Moving over to page 145 to 147 in the governor's recommendation, these are generally the statewide changes that apply to all agencies for the statewide adjustments, GBA rental spaces. Of course, the increased funds for 4% COLA and increased funds for a $3,000 law enforcement salary enhancement. I want to tell you how much of a difference that makes to our 1,500 sworn law enforcement officers. It makes a huge difference, and I want to tell you on behalf of them how much they appreciate this recommendation in support of them and what they do. Going to FY 2025, continuing. The third one, they reduce funds to reflect a reduction in lease space. The second item, that is one with our real estate. Since the inception of DCS, we have shuttered and closed more than half of our offices. True belief is that community supervision is done in the community, not in an office. While offices are critical, we don't need a footprint or 3 or 4 footprints in each judicial circuit. So we will continue to look at that and identify spaces. In regards to the other 3, one thing we have taken a strategic approach on, what can we do to increase the time of the officer that can be out in the communities performing their core function? What can we take off of them? For instance, an officer does not need to be sitting in a courtroom for 6 hours a day waiting on a case. That officer needs to be out doing their job. They don't need to be taking intakes or pleas. They need to be out doing the job that they're sworn to do. These 3 areas will help us to do that. Increase funds for a centralized reporting unit, virtual agent position. Classic example, if somebody is out on military leave, okay, we cannot fill that position while they are out, but that work still has to continue. So that's additional work on top of the staff that is already there until they return. This will allow us to have somewhat of a utility officer that can go in and cover that and take care of that in the interim. The second one, third in the item here, increase funds for community supervision aid positions. This right here is beneficial because it gives us promotional opportunities for those without college degrees. But once again, as I alluded to, with sitting in court, taking pleas, doing administrative duties, it will allow for that to be done by the appropriate staff rather than the sworn staff. And then increasing funds for additional community coordinator positions. What this will allow us to do is, instead of that officer going out having to build resources and contacts, it allows perhaps non-sworn staff to do that, to engage the community, where these officers will have referrals. If there's homelessness issues, if there are substance abuse issues, if there are employment issues, as well as others. I remind you that Georgia, unfortunately, has the highest number of felony adults under supervision in the entire nation. Moving over to our 2025 capital request is replace 111 vehicles statewide. I remind you that the vehicles, that is the officer's office. I mentioned the work we have done in reducing our real estate. Well, they still have to be out there. They have to have safe, reliable, and dependable vehicles to do their job day in and day out. So that is, when we talk about this, these are our recommendations. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just one thing I do feel compelled to mention. I am greatly appreciative of always for the men and women of DCS that do the work. We recognize we can't do it alone. We recognize we've got to be in the community. You've heard me say one officer, okay, one family, one community. It has to be an approach that we take on that. The men and women do a wonderful job. They have a unique role. There is no other role in state government that is charged with this responsibility. They are the only ones that can do that. One thing that I want to press upon you, if I may, just for a moment. Sometimes we get lumped into a traditional law enforcement role, and sometimes we get excluded from a law enforcement role. That is why we are unique. We wear two hats, one of law enforcement and one of the treatment and counseling side. Here's the difference. A felony arrest, highly unlikely that officer is going to engage with that individual for a long time. Our officers spend an average of 4.8 years with individuals under our supervision. They get to know mom, dad, they know the community, they know the trials, the tribulations, their kids. And one thing that national research is continuing to evolve about is vicarious trauma. I would encourage you, if you would like to, go on a field visit. They end their day with very, very few good stories. Just some of the places that they have to go and work in. So when we talk about the law enforcement officer, it is a dangerous job. They're going into places that we've had sometimes law enforcement say, I'm not going in there. And they go in there. They have a dangerous job, but they also have a job that lasts by way of vicarious trauma. And I would just ask you to always take that in consideration with the work that's being done. And that's not just with the officers, that's with the counselors as well. So if there are no other questions, I ask your respectful approval of the governor's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. You do have several questions. Patty, I'm going to mess up your last name, but who I used to know is Patty Bentley. Stinson. We got a good barbecue place down in my district that's named that, so that'd be easy to remember.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for your presentation this morning. Your team, Brian Tukes and his team, have been very helpful to me in the past. But I just want to ask regarding, in rural Georgia, what I've discovered last summer, individuals trying to come to, in Taylor County, trying to come to Fort Valley, for me, it's just a skip and a hop. But for offenders, transportation is an issue sometimes for them to get from one location to another. Have there been any conversations about how to address issues like that with offenders having difficulties having transportation to get to be able to report to their local office in areas are far away from their homes?
Yes, and in all fairness, even when we would have an office there, that was still going to be the same problem if we had an office close by. If you don't have transportation, your access is going to be very limited wherever. But the way we address that is, if they have to come to the office, it is generally for cause. They need to be coming to that office for a reason. However, we do our supervision work where they live and they work, and that is the most important thing. For the most part, they are not reporting every day on a regular basis unless it's a day reporting center. We have looked at transportation issues. We also assign our staffing geographically by zip code. where that can be more efficient. So that will continue to be a problem. That was a problem when I started in this 35 years ago, and it will continue to be a problem. But I think the biggest thing is, instead of it being a fortress type supervision system where, hey, come to me, we go to them. And we continue to do that, and we continue to find ways to better that service by way of transportation. But it is an issue, and I'm unfortunately it's going to continue to be an issue. We've just got to find ways to reduce it.
Be willing to just place someone immediately back into custody simply because they have a transportation issue getting to their reporting site. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, you're welcome. Thank you.
Chairlady Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I do appreciate the work that the Department of Community Supervision does within our community there in Cherokee County. But whenever you mentioned how many adults are in supervision in Georgia, how many of those are administrative reporting? Administratively reporting, meaning they're not actually active cases. And what is the average across the state? I know what the average is in Cherokee County, but what is the average state per case that you're actually supervising somebody?
We are actually, the average per officer, we have 191,000 individuals overall. Of those actively is roughly 90,000 is what that is. Just because they're, quote, on paper does not mean we don't spend time and energy on those. We have to do background checks on those individuals. If we get calls about those individuals, we have to respond to them. Granted, it is not near as much as active, but there is a responsibility of 191,000 with just less than half of that being active. When you look at the active caseload, our caseloads now, because of these efforts that we're presenting to you to give responsibilities that do not require sworn staff, our caseloads are lower now than they have ever been. And right now they are running on average anywhere from 80 to 90 individuals per officer, whereas it was, I can remember when it was as high as 200. But when it was 120, we set the goal to 100, and we'll continue trying to reduce that. Thanks to the legislature, a lot of our cases have been reduced as a result of ending their supervision once they complete everything after a 2 or 3 year period. That has brought the numbers down.
Of those 90 that you have per, I do apologize, I'm trying to kind of rush through some of the questions that I have, and we can certainly circle up at public safety appropriations as well. How many, so it's 90 per officer, half of those are administrative reporting?
No.
So
when I say 90 per officer, those are active cases that they are going out visiting within the community, average of 90. We do not factor in administrative cases into our officers' caseloads.
Okay. So what about the, whenever somebody's being actively supervised, what is the rate of reoffending? Do you know that?
If you define what you mean by reoffending.
I'm sorry, not necessarily reoffending, but violating the terms of their probation and then actually warrant a warrant.
I can tell you this, first of all.
And how many warrants are taken?
Yeah. I do not know right away how many warrants are taken. I will tell you all this geographic and data information is on our website, and you can actually go query it by county. Here's what I will tell you. 87% of individuals that start felony supervision, whether it be parole or probation, successfully complete their terms of probation. That is the highest in the nation. So I'll be more than happy. I can give you background on how many technical violations, how many warrants, but I think you can understand with over 190,000, you can issue a warrant one day and have it recalled the next day.
Representative Evans.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. It's nice to see you. And
I
enjoyed my ride along in DeKalb County when I was first elected. And I just wanted to follow up on this question. And can you, I know that we have done work to address this issue about being the state with the highest number of felony adults under supervision. But can you tell me, is there any other work that should be done to help address this issue?
I think the legislature did a great job in really reducing that. Once somebody completes their conditions of probation after a 2-year period or a 3-year period, depending on the case, and we're talking nonviolent, non-sex offender cases, of moving them either directly to administrative status or terminating their cases. That was a huge step. As a matter of fact, the day after that law was enacted, we had 21,000 that went from administrative off of that caseload. So, and it continues to make a difference. The name of the game is simply applying the right amount of resources to those individuals that have high risk, high need. It sounds counterintuitive, but believe it or not, you can over-supervise someone if they don't need it. And you can have negative effects by doing that. That's why it's critical. I would say that 20% of our population, that 90,000 active caseload, is actually in the high risk, high need range. I could talk all day about research. Research tells us if they are going to mess up and run afoul of the law, it is going to be within their first 12 months. Every month thereafter, the likelihood of them engaging in further criminal behavior is decreased. So within that first 12 months, that is where it's important to get what we call the right dosage. Did that answer your question?
It's good for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Senator Orrock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the extensive presentation, Commissioner, and a lot of detail and data. Is it accurate to say, I have heard this, and I've heard it from people who are on probation, that that our state ranks very, very high in lengthy probation? Could you give us some comparisons so we understand? Because that can be part of the underlying, you have to play with the hand that's dealt to you.
Absolutely, and I think that probably fits in with a previous question. Georgia not only has the highest number under supervision, they also lead the nation in the length of supervision. And that is critical. What you get, quite honestly, is a stacking effect. You get people that continue to come in, but you don't have that same number leaving. So it's just a stacking effect. Right now, on average, probation, straight probation is just under 6 years of their sentence length. And then if they have been in prison and come out under our supervision, that group right there, their length of supervision on average is about 8 years. So you're exactly right. It's the length of the sentence that even if they're in administrative status, they are still always subject to the conditions of supervision. But it's not just the volume, it is the length, and it's actually the length that contributes to the volume directly.
Thank you, because I've met people who that were on probation for 20 years.
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't make it probably. I hope you're laughing at that, but that's okay.
No, I agree with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner, you have exhausted the board, so thank you for being here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate your continued support.
Have a good afternoon. Good morning. Our next presentation will come from the Department of Corrections. Commissioner Oliver.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Let's go ahead and get right into the governor's recommendations, which we fully support. But before I do, I just want to kind of give a brief overview of the department, as it'll probably help and as we go through the amended 24 and fiscal year 25 budget. So the mission of the Georgia Department of Corrections is to protect Georgians by operating secure facilities and providing opportunities for offender rehabilitation. And you see our vision there is to achieve excellence through employee development, innovation, and collaboration, our core values, top priorities. And you see some taglines there I just want to talk just briefly about: better together, change agents, and taking ownership. That's kind of our cultural belief that we're striving for. We're striving to be a great place, to certify a great place to work by 2026. And we really believe that, I strongly feel that along with the budget and our cultural change, that we're really making strides in our recruitment and retention efforts. This slide right here is just a breakdown of all of our facilities over the state, so I won't spend too much time on that. But I do want to give a snapshot of the population that we're dealing with. Across the state, we have a total about 51,000, almost 52,000 offenders in our population. Calendar year 23, our admissions was 15,000. We released just a little over 13,000. Our inmate breakdown, 75% of our offenders are violent offenders. And that's indicative of what's been going on after criminal justice reform. And we have about 15,000, validated gang members within our care. Sentencing, our current length of sentence is about 32 years. Inside GDC, 64% of the offender population are serving sentences of 15 plus years. 7,805 offenders serving life sentence. 1,979 are serving life without parole sentences. Our mental health classification, we have about 13,930 classified on the mental health caseload. On average, a little over 18,000, close to 19,000 inmates have chronic illnesses, whether it's cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory, CPOD, cancer, HIV, hepatitis C, and others. And we dispense roughly about 99,000 prescriptions per month to that population. Some educational highlights. Count for fiscal year 23, we've graduated GEDs, 1,531. Career technical higher education completions, 38,438. Charter school, high school grads for 49. Just a little side note, you see that 20.5%. That represents the GEDs that the technical colleges provide statewide, and Georgia Department of Corrections offenders complete 20% of those that are administered by technical colleges of Georgia. Getting into our budget, going through amended year 2024 and the recommendations for fiscal year 25. And departmental administration should be on page 151 and 153 in your books. Recruitment and advertising and workplace culture, you see that's 6.1 million, and that's a transfer from the offender administration management of 3.5 million, and also an increased funds of 2.5 to support that. That program. And just talk a little bit about that. You've probably seen our ads on social media, on the news, and we've been heavily recruiting, and it seems to be working. We've had a 233% increase in our job applications over the last, since we started this campaign in November. So usually we get about 300 applications per month. Now we're seeing about 700 plus per month. And we're really doing well in that effort. And also we've netted about 670 COs and CO technicians since last November, or November of 2022. And so we're making headway in our recruitment and our retention efforts. 9 months straight consecutively, we've netted employees, so we hadn't lost as many COs and employees in 9 consecutive months straight. So really proud of the work of the team for that effort and what they do on a day-to-day basis. Our detention centers, on page 151 and 153, you see a correctional officer 3 rank using existing funds. That's a yes item in both the amended and fiscal year 25. And that's a career ladder, again, to further our recruitment and retention efforts within GDC, to kind of have that progression from a CO1, CO2 to create that rank, and using existing funds to do that. On page 153, operational costs for facilities statewide. There's nothing allocated then for the amended budget, but it's in the big budget for 25 at $302,271, and that's for minor maintenance and repair and equipment upgrades that we need to do in that areas in the detention centers. And our food and farm operations, again, we're not going to go over the correctional 3. That's going to go across most of the programs here. But I do want to talk about the additional offender meals on the weekends. During COVID, we provided sandwiches as a lunch for the offenders during COVID, as we saw that was much needed. And quite frankly, it's just the right thing to do. However, those meals, they were not funded in our budget. We've been self-funding that since then. And so we don't have anything allocated in the amended budget 24, but fiscal year 25 is $1.2 million. That's provide extra meals or offender meals, continue that program on the weekends. And that number seems kind of high, but of course with the rising food costs nationwide, and that's kind of goes into that, but also we're going to make sure it meets the caloric intake and the nutritional needs for the offenders. Physical health on page 151, 153. For the amended year, our ask and recommendations increase funds at $65.2 million, and then fiscal year 25, 71.9. As you know, this continuing, the contributing factors to that is for healthcare costs includes medical staffing inflation, nursing shortages, aging population coupled with chronic illnesses and longer sentences, as we talked about earlier, more advanced disease that we catch upon intake, and then also lifestyle choices, defensive medicine, and of course, trauma treatment from our violent population and things that occur inside the prisons. Offender management, on page 151 and 154, transfer funds from the offender management to $3.5 million. That's what I talked about earlier with the recruitment and retention efforts that we're facing, that we were implementing. So it's transferring that out of that department to support that program. On page 154, virtual courts and technologies. You know, one of the things the governor had asked us to do is look for efficiencies within our budgets to see what we can come up with. And the implementation of virtual courts, I was just with the Superior Court judges yesterday at their conference in Athens, and they love this, absolutely love this program, providing virtual courts. And so that we're saving about $2.7 million, and that's just from, on average of over 2 million miles transported versus, and also 75,000 hours diverted, man hours diverted. So that's the cost savings there from implementing virtual court across the state. Our private prisons, on page 154, bed capacity increase. There's nothing allocated for the amended budget, but fiscal year 25 is $6.9 million, and that's to temporarily utilize the additional contracted beds that we currently have as we do upgrades to our aging infrastructure. So what we're doing with that program, we're taking some facilities, some beds offline because we have our aging infrastructure to do much needed major maintenance and repairs to our systems and hardening projects within our system. So we need that bed capacity in the private prisons to be able to do those much needed repairs. In our state prisons program on page 152 and 154, you see the vocational and educational contracts with TGSD. That's the statewide COLA increase. 152, safety, security, and technology initiatives. And the amended budget is one-time spend of $5.6 million. That's to further expand proven technology solutions to identify and eliminate contraband effectively and improve safety within facilities. You know, contraband is a constant fight that we fight each and every day within prisons. And so with our aging infrastructure and the more the technology comes out, we want to make sure that we put the technology inside our prisons to fight that battle every day. And some of those technologies, what that money's going to be used for is drone detection systems, radar systems, managed access, so we can implement that in the majority of our state prisons. On page 152 and 154, offender call monitoring. In the amended budget is $600,000 annualized at $1 million in FY25, and that's so we can actually increase the number of monitored phone calls that we have within the prisons as we're doing more shakedowns and interdicting more cell phones, contraband cell phones coming into prisons. We see that the offenders are using the wall phones a lot more, and we just don't have the funds to adequately monitor those phone calls. And so we're asking and definitely support the governor's recommendation to increase funding to be able to do that. And the radio communications, of course, you know, we implemented a new radio system statewide, and that's just the ongoing cost to support that much needed program as well. Of course, the Correctional Officer 3 that we talked about earlier. State prisons continued on page 154, operational costs at facilities statewide. As you can see, there's nothing in the amended budget but annualized in the 25 budget at $2.9 million. Again, that's the minor maintenance and repairs for equipment inside all of our state facilities at state prisons. Our capital maintenance and repairs, $17.5 million. That's our major maintenance and repairs for all of our mechanical systems. They're reaching their end of life. Most of our facilities, the average age of our GDC facilities are 36 years old. So of course we talked about the aging infrastructure. As that's coming to the end of life, there's much needed repairs and maintenance that we need to do to our facilities statewide. So that's representing in that 17.5 million number. Also, our recruitment and retention cost avoidance, again, it's more efficiencies that we saw within our budget at 1.5 million, and that was going towards hiring our CO technicians. And so what our CO technicians are, they're non-certified COs. And so what we decided to do was hire these post-certified positions to put in non-mandated posts. So like our control rooms, so I could take that certified officer out of those control rooms or front bunker and actually put them inside on the prison grounds. And so that's that cost savings there from the salaries from the CO to the CO technician position. And also the closure of the recruitment centers statewide, obviously with our advertising online and everything that we're doing, we don't see a need to have a brick and mortar or recruitment center, so we did close that. That was a cost savings of 1.8. And privatizing our food service at 4 facilities, that's a cost savings of about $657,000. And the biggest thing we looked at too is we're talking about recruitment and retention, and we replaced our notebooks at our training center, our basic academy, with Chromebooks. I mean, they had big, thick notebooks, and it cost us, $2.9 million per year to provide those notebooks to our cadets. And so we went to Chromebooks, and that was a cost savings of $2.9 million for a total amount, and amended at 6.6, which is currently what we're actually funded in 15 million in the fiscal year 25. Transitional centers on page 152 and 155, operational costs for Metro Reentry Phase 4, and the amended budget is 4.6, and fiscal year 25 is 10 million. That's going to add an additional 400 TC beds to the Atlanta Metro community once it's fully open, and the 6 months provides operational funding and amended to support the 92 additional staff that we have there, and we've already spent roughly 3.7 million of that 4.6 right now, so that's already allocated and already been spent. Of course, we talked about the correctional 3 position again, so we won't talk about that, and also the statewide, the operational costs for the transitional centers that we talked about for minor maintenance and repairs at $165,000. Again, our TCs do need that maintenance and repair money as well. And get into some of the statewide recommendations. The cost of living, the COLA increase of I'm back on the one-time salary supplements. You can see that they're spread out across all programs. That's $7 million. The cost of living adjustments for all programs, statewide adjustments, that's $21.2 million for that, which we fully support, and thanks for the governor's recommendation on that, and other statewide adjustments for DOAS administration, insurance fees, telecommunication infrastructure rates, merit increases, and TRS rate increase at $4.2 million. And our statewide salary enhancement for our post-certified law enforcement officers, you'll see there, it's $21.6 million. I'll just take a time just to pause on that for a minute and just tell you, not only do the post-certified COs, but everybody that works in corrections, we're really thankful for the cost of living and the increases that we got over the years, and just thank this body too for supporting that. But by far, this is very much needed as we continue to recruit and retain our correctional officers inside the prisons. By far, they have the toughest job, I feel, in law enforcement and public safety community. The men and women that work in behind the walls, and I'm not just talking about the COs, I'm talking about everybody. They work in the most dangerous communities in this state, period. But they do so, and they go in there every single day, and they do it with pride, dedication, and professionalism. And I just want to publicly thank them for for the job that they do each and every day, because it's a tough job inside there. But they do it, and they do it well. And we definitely support and thankful for this recommendation to further enhance their salary and show appreciation for the job that they do. And I know I went through that pretty quick, but I know there's probably a lot of questions, so I wanted to leave time for that. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Nail had more questions than you, but yours is growing. So I've got a couple myself. I think that we have everybody here and around has done a great job at trying to address your turnover rate.
Yes.
And you just were commenting on it, and is that working? I mean, is it working? Okay.
Yeah, we've been trending in the right direction, going down our turnover rate. Just for example, fiscal year 22, our turnover rate then was 47%, 23 was 39%. We're projected in fiscal year 24 to be at 32%. Like I stated earlier, we've netted roughly 670 more COs, that's just COs, since November 2022. So with our recruitment efforts that we're doing, the advertising, non-consecutive months, netting employees, we've been doing a phenomenal job, and it's just a team, doing that phenomenal work on that. So we're all going in the right direction, but it's definitely a support from this body here and also the governor's office with the steady increase that we've gotten over the years.
So it's no surprise everybody in here has probably read the many reports that have been in the media, and I know you have, and I know you lose sleep about a lot of that stuff every night. One of the, we met this summer, and you were telling me about a system that would help with the elimination of communication within the walls by people that are not supposed to be communicating with the outside world. And I have since learned that you do have 3 prisons that are basically hardened for that. We only have roughly $6 million in the amended going toward that you can use for different technology and enhancements. Is there thought to ask for increased funds to increase the hardening of these facilities? Because I would think, for what I've read, that is a very important issue that we need to stop that. So,
yes, sir. Good point. And that was part of the $17.5 million in major maintenance and repairs to go ahead and harden the prisons that we have, so we can get them ready for the technology that we need to put in place with them.
So do we have a plan in place to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Chairman Werkheiser.
Anywhere close. As our chairman just alluded to, the problems, I do want this body to know that those problems are not unique to Georgia. It's a nationwide crisis. I don't want to talk about the problems, I want to talk about the solutions. And one of them was this body approved $500 million over a year ago. And then this year we've got another $500 million. When are we going to break ground? Because that's single cell is probably one of the only solutions, because I know the pay has helped and is trending in the right direction, but a large majority of our population wouldn't do that job for $80,000. So pay's not the only answer. Absolutely. When are we going to put a shovel in the ground?
So we've already started, referring to the new prison, I'm assuming, right? So we've already broke ground in November of last year. There's going to be a 6-month of site work for that. And so hopefully, the next 2 years, we expect that prison to be complete and hopefully moved in. But ground's already been broke, shovel's already been in the ground, and we start moving dirt in November. So we're well on our way on that project.
Chairman Albers.
Commissioner Oliver, thank you for your service and your entire team. Piggybacking a little bit off of not just cell phones, but also drones, do we think we have enough dollars in the budget, enough folks out there who can go around and both capture not just what's happening? I know sometimes they're intercepting those who are launching those drones, but in the planning for the future, not just hardening facilities, but laying that out. I know some of the options are mobile for capturing communications as well. Do you have a larger strategy you can share with us today, or is that something off-site of how we can really lock down those issues?
We can get a little bit more into it off-site, but I think what we're off to a good start. As you know, if we implement technology and starting to put things in place, it takes time. So I think with the funding stream that you all in this body and the governor's recommendations too in previous years and also in this budget will allow us to steadily increase that number of technology within our state prison systems. Drones are a big issue. They are a big issue, but thankfully to our local law enforcement partners around the state, they help us out tremendously with that fight against drone technology, or against our drone fight that we have. But we do have a plan. I'll be happy to sit down. I think we're meeting sometime soon to sit down with you and go over that plan and show you where that technology is going to be implemented at.
Thank you. And one follow-up question, it relates to the gang numbers. It seemed like the numbers you posted were almost low for the percentage of population in gangs. Can you expound upon that for a few minutes?
And that's just our validated gang members. Those are the ones that we can actually either self-admit or we can validate that they're actually gang affiliated. So I'm pretty sure those numbers are low, just like the statewide numbers outside of prisons. It's not accurately reflective if you ever go to the gang association meetings, and they tell you the same thing. But what I can say is that our STG population is growing, especially within our female population. That's steadily increased over the years. And so we're closely monitoring that and making sure that we keep a handle on the gangs. But gangs are a real issue and a big issue, not only in Georgia, but within the Georgia Department of Corrections as well. You're welcome.
Chairman Powell.
Commissioner. I don't want to be redundant, but I want to follow up on Chairman Hatchett's questions. For several years served on this committee that been active in the correctional field, and y'all got a lot of issues today we've never seen in the past, and it seems to be growing. When Chairman Hatchett had asked about the technology, are y'all looking at some technology? Over the years, we found that we couldn't do a whole lot about cell phones. I mean, they get them in, it's smuggled in as contrabands either by personnel or dropping them at drones, and criminals are very innovative how they're doing this stuff. But one of the things that was very disappointing over the years was that when we asked the questions, there wasn't a whole lot we could do to block these cell phones. Correct. Because of the FCC, the infinite wisdom of the federal government and how they work with the rest of the world. But I understand that there's some technology that has now become available, hardwiring into the facilities, something that the inmates can't destruct that might lock it down. And I'm concerned that maybe there's not enough money that is being budgeted for that to retrofit these facilities. Could you address that? And then I'll get on to my next question.
Yes, and let me just go back and address another issue about the contraband, how it gets in, and what's been portrayed in the media. And I think the vast majority of our contraband that comes inside the facilities are from civilians, period. We do have compromised staff that bring it in, but they can get more contraband in through drone drops, throwovers, by any other means other than staff. But to address some of the issues as far as the technology, I think again, it takes time to build in. If you know how the process works, once the funds are allocated, we got to make sure we spend that or allocate it within that fiscal year. I think we're in a very good place with the current budget to go ahead and start implementing that technology. Back to the FCC, it's not going to be, we can't jam the signal. FCC won't allow to jam the signal. We've petitioned across all of the state agency heads across the country went to Washington and lobbied and asked the legislative Congress to provide that latitude to the states. Attorney General Carr has written letters to Congress, written letters to other AGs for that effort. From my understanding, the FCC or the Congress had granted the Federal Bureau of Prisons to pilot jamming technology in 4 federal prisons, which they're currently doing right now. I'm working on trying to get that data to see how it's working. And so we were just going to ask that same latitude if the states can also pilot that technology. But the technology you're speaking about is not a jamming technology. What it does is we just take over the cell tower, the cell signals itself.
So do you think that you follow up on Chairman Hatchett's question, the amount of funds that are being budgeted? Do you see a need for more funds to be budgeted for this to get this program up and operating?
Yes, in the future. Right now, that technology costs about $2 million per system. So it's less expensive than the jamming technology. Right. And so what we have allocated right now for that, it'll get us going. Because again, it's going to take time to actually harden and then get in. And so we'll ask probably in additional fiscal years to come for additional funding to continue those efforts. But right now, for this budget, we're in a good place for that.
One of the reasons I'm so adamant about this cell phone, we've seen this for years, but when you look at the numbers up there, we probably have 40+% of the inmates in the facilities are gang affiliated. The gangs, I wanted to ask the question of the GBI about their street gang investigations. There's a coordination between the prisons and the gangs and the stuff that's going on. I mean, we've got folks in the prisons. It appears to me that we've got gangs in prison that they're making more money in prison than they could be out in the free world because the operations that they're using. Now, all of this goes back directly to mobile cell phones.
Absolutely.
If they didn't have that communication, you wouldn't have to worry about drones because they'd be dropping the drones in the Waffle House instead of in the gates of the prison if it wasn't for the drones. Another question I'd like to ask, what is the starting salary for COs at this point?
Currently, it's $40,000 for minimum security and $43,000 for close. With the proposed new budget, with the salary increase of the $4,000 and $3,000, it'll start at $44,000 for a regular, non-close security prison.
I see you've got Alan there. Maybe y'all could tell how many COs are we short on funded COs as opposed to what we currently have?
Around 2,000.
There's 2,000 short?
Yes.
And do you think y'all, I know you had made an address to it just a minute ago, that y'all feel like y'all are turning the corner. How do you think, or how do y'all think that we can recruit? And I don't know what happened after when the pandemic hit in 19.
Yes.
I mean, it just looked to me like all the free workforce just must have fell over in the ocean or something.
Correct.
But we've got such a shortage of folks. Do y'all have any ideas of what it's going to take to actually find some career people who want a job?
You know, I think that's part of what we're doing inside the agency with as far as our cultural shift and making sure publicly that we put this profession up on a pedestal that it deserves. I think, you know, it was very refreshing to hear in the governor's remarks and the speaker's remarks at Eggs and Issues and the governor's remarks at the State of the State. We're now listing troopers and correctional officers in the same sentence. You know, I think by far, like I said before, they have the toughest job in public safety. But, you know, we're not out front in the limelight, so to speak. We're working behind the walls every single day, but by far we have the toughest job in public safety there is. And I think that's how we're going to find people that they're going to have to do this job. You can't put a price tag on it. It's got to be a call, and they want to have to do it. They're going to have to be a part of something. It's telling that story of serving the citizens of Georgia and being part of something bigger than what it is. And that's what we're trying to create at the Georgia Department of Corrections. I mean, people are joining the military every single day, but they're part of something bigger than they believe in that. And that's what we're trying to create at Georgia Department of Corrections, is making sure that they believe that they're a part of something bigger and they can make a difference, and providing that culture in which they want to come to work. And we can see that that's working over the last 12 months or so.
I want to thank you and your staff, but for the benefit of the committee, if I sound very passionate about this, I've said for years that the Department of Corrections is one of the most integral pieces of the criminal justice system.
Absolutely.
We pay all of these folks, law enforcement, to go out and enforce the laws. We pay the DAs, we pay the judges to go through the process. Well, these folks have got to have somewhere to go at some point, and that would be the Department of Corrections. That is an integral part. It may not be sexy in the eyes of a lot of folks, but it is just as vital a part as any other of the chips in this puzzle. I want to thank y'all for what you're doing and look forward to working with y'all when we get into the budget hearings.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Chairman Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for the great work you do, and I understand it's pretty tough, but let me ask you in another area as it relates to the aging population in the confinement. Is there a growing problem with that, or how do you approach that, and how do you do the RFPs for that, and how is that working? That deal with that in a very succinct way, if you would.
You're saying the aging population? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
The aging population, yeah. Is that a big cost? Is it ballooning?
It is ballooning. As you can see, we talked about earlier how our sentences are getting longer. They're coming in more. They're coming in a lot sicker. But our aging population, our average sentence length is 32 years. So you see when they start to progress up in age as they come into us, they're gonna develop more illnesses. Most of the time, when people enter the Department of Corrections, it's probably the first time they've ever seen a physician since they were younger, in the younger age. And so we're catching a lot more diseases and doing a lot more of preventative medicine. But we do. That is an issue. Our aging population is going to continue to be an issue as we move forward. That's why as we start to build out new prisons, we're adding more infirmary beds to that new prison to accommodate that, to build out that capacity. So that's part of the plan that we're doing. We've retrofitted a dialysis center down in Augusta to meet that need. And I'm not sure that's not an aging population. That can be with anybody, but we're coming up with creative ways to address the needs, our health needs of our population, not only just our aging population, but all the offenders with chronic health conditions.
And the cost of that is growing pretty big, or?
It is, and that's part of the reason for the increase in the health budget as well, because that's growing as well. You see, you've had about 99,000 prescriptions that we prescribe each month to our offenders statewide.
The RFPs for that, do you deal with one provider or you deal with several? How does that work?
As far as our health contract, we have a contractor for health, a contractor for pharmacy, contractor for mental and dental health.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I've heard that that's a growing population.
It is.
For help people.
Yes.
Hurt people.
And our average age of offenders is 40 now. So we're used to it was like in the 30s, 20s, so our average age of the population is 40.
But some of the younger people are sicker too.
Absolutely, yes.
Chairman Billy Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Oliver, I agree. You have a very difficult job and seem to be handling it well. On one of the slides, you had a substantial line item for weekend meals. And I was wondering what necessitated an increase in weekend meals. What was it before?
So before on Saturday and Sunday, the offenders only received breakfast and dinner. During COVID, we implemented, since we restricted movement and everything, we provided sandwiches during lunch. So that was the increase as far as that. Rising food costs over the years, and then providing those meals to over 50,000 plus offenders, which will contribute to that 1.2 million that you see reflected in that line item.
Great. And Commissioner, we had a substantial line item for private prisons.
Yes.
I'm familiar with a number of states whose contractual obligation for private prisons is constant whether they have the head count or not. There's a bottom line that they must pay. Is Georgia similar? And I'd like your professional opinion as to what would Georgia be like if we had no private prisons?
Georgia has 4 private prisons. Where we contracted with 2 two groups to provide those. That funding that you see in the line item again was it's 400 beds for the beds that we already have contracted. We just didn't have the funding to put the offenders in, so we can harden and do much needed upgrades to our aging infrastructure that we have. You know, there are some cost savings to the state for that, but you know, right now I wouldn't think we would expand private prisons in Georgia. Currently, we have 4, and I'm not sure how long the state has had 4. Over 20 years.
Okay.
Do we pay whether the head count is there or not?
We pay per offender.
2 more questions. Chairman Collins.
Once again, I had one quick question about the new prison.
Yes.
Will we be implementing that new technology?
Absolutely.
To block those cell phones?
Absolutely. The technology, the new prison, once it gets built, and of course, you know, we're still 2 years out, but it's going to be, in my opinion, the flag. It's going to be the flagship prison. It's going to have a lot of technology built into it to not only keep the offenders safe, but also the officers safe as well. And so all the technology, as technology begins to evolve, we're going to continue to monitor that to make sure when we open it up, it'll be state of the art.
Because contrary to what you hear, I believe that these cell phones, they're not just getting on social media and posting and calling mama at home.
No, sir.
They're doing a lot of criminal activity with those.
Absolutely. Cell phones are a huge problem within the prison system. They are our biggest contributor to pretty much everything that you see that goes on behind the wire.
Last question, Representative Paris.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to your team for everything that you all do, keeping us safe and doing all those things. Chairman Mitchell touched on, he lightly touched on the private prison question, and I just am wondering, what is the state's financial involvement with the private prisons? To a tune of how much?
How much are we paying for the private prisons?
Yeah.
Over 142 million for the 4.
What did you say?
142 million for the over the 4 private prisons that we have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Keep working hard and pushing the road. Thank you.
I will. Thank you so much.
Next up is Commissioner Shawanda Reynolds-Carr with the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Commissioner, welcome, and members, if you would, if you still need to talk to the commissioner or carry on conversations, if you don't mind exiting out to the hallway. All right, Commissioner, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and get started.
All right. Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, members of the committee, thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to come before you today to present the governor's recommendation for the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice's amended FY 2024 budget as well as the FY 25 budget. We're very grateful for the recommendations in this budget by the governor, as well as his continued support. We're also very grateful for the continued support of the members of this body, not only for the work that we do, as well as for the young people that we serve. Also just want to take the time to say thank you to the staff that make up the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice for all of their hard work. They're some of the hardest working men and women in state government anywhere. So thank you to each one of them. I also want to say thank you to the staff that I have here with me today. I have our CFO, Mr. Stephen Carter-Williams, our Deputy CFO, Mr. Chris Lampley, as well as Margaret K. Wood, who is our Legislative and Community Liaison. So I just want to start by giving a few highlights about the Department of Juvenile Justice. And I want to start with our mission, because as we serve the young people, I think one of the things that we have to all remain focused on is that our work is around supervision, educating, providing programming, as well as the evidence-based rehabilitative programs that we provide to the young people, all in an effort to make sure that we're rehabilitating them, hopefully giving them a fresh start so when they go back out into the communities, they will be law-abiding citizens. The cultural wheel is something that many of you have probably heard us talk about in this very room over the years, because one of the things that we realized is that we needed to really work on our culture at DJJ as a part of our retention strategy. So the spokes of the wheel represent the things that we want every employee that works for the department to experience when they come to work each day. Over the years, this is just not a project for us, and I think that's very important to understand and note. This is a way of doing business in a way that we want the experience to be for each one of our employees. So as a result of that, annually what we've done is we host town hall meetings for our staff. We do employee engagement surveys as well as focus groups. One of the things that you all tasked us with last legislative session is to set up a recruitment and retention strategy, which we worked to do. And so as a result of that, the next chapter of this cultural wheel process includes the development of a communication plan, which we're working on so that there are clear lines of communication between the staff in the field and central office and vice versa. We're creating this culture of the why. And what I mean by the why is taking the opportunity to explain and ensure when we're communicating with the staff, we're telling them why so that we can all connect to the vision and the work that we're doing. We're also involving the staff more in our policies and our procedures. We update our policies on a regular basis, but we're being very intentional in ensuring that the people that actually are responsible for the work, that they get a voice and they are making recommendations about those policies and those processes so that they feel like they are part of something bigger than just the work that they do. The next slide is our inverted pyramid, which really speaks to servant leadership, which is very important, especially in the work that we do, because our most important asset at the Department of Juvenile Justice is the young people that we serve. And we realize in serving those young people, we also have to work with the families and the communities that they come from. So we have really taken to heart the whole 2-Gen Academy approach, where we have staff members, especially our reentry staff, that work hard each year to figure out creative ways to get the families more engaged with the young people that we're serving so that we can try to connect the families with the resources and the tools so when the young people leave us, the families are prepared to support them so that they can be successful. This particular slide I wanted to bring up because I'm sure everyone in the room, we all get to hear why the young people are with us. So we know about the crimes that they commit. We know about the delinquent acts. We know about the anger and the aggression that they can display. We also know that they can be some very difficult young people to manage. But I think what this slide represents is the hope behind the work that we do if we can nurture and reach the young people in the right way. As you all know, we're the 181st school district. In FY 2023, we had 31 high school graduates, 40 GED graduates, and 30 students that earned a technical certificate of credit, which means that they received some sort of certification that will allow them to be gainfully employed when they leave us. In FY 2024, we've already had 23 high school graduates, 22 GED graduates, and 7 students to earn a technical certificate of credit. We do graduation ceremonies twice a year in our school district. Each time we have a valedictorian and a salutatorian. And we do that because we want our students to have the same experience as the students in any other school district. So I wanted to just kind of take the time to share and to give a balanced approach about who the young people are, because there are so many nuances in supervising the young people because of all of the challenges that they bring to the table. But I think that this is probably a good way for me to segue right into the AFY 2024 amended budget. I am going to just kind of go through the document and explain some of the highlights that are related specifically to our agency. I want to start, though, with the community services line number 1, the $1,000 salary supplement, which we're very grateful for. As a part of that retention strategy, one of the things that came up on several occasions was definitely the pay. So we're very appreciative for the $709,415. For community services line number 2, we have the replacement of ballistic vests. We have probation officers that are out in the field, and the entire time they're on duty, they have to wear these vests. What they've reported to us is that the vests are uncomfortable, so we are just trying to replace them so that they're comfortable and that they have a better quality of vest. Line number 3 is the laptop swivel stations and vehicles. We have residential placement specialists that are going out to the community placements, and what they do is they're checking on the youth as well as the provider to make sure that they are adhering to the contracts. So this gives them an opportunity real time to update the system with anything that they've found with those visits. Departmental administration, I'm going to go to line number 2, which is a new electronic audit tool. Within our environment, we have the Office of Continuous Improvement, and what they're responsible for doing is auditing our organization to make sure we're adhering to our policies. Right now, that's a paper process, and what we're looking for is a tool that will allow us to run reports so that we can do trend analysis. If we're able to do these trend analysis, then we will be able to tell when we need to address particular policies or trainings and things of that nature so that we can enhance the work that we do. Moving on to secure commitment YDCs. YDCs are our long-term facilities. They would be the equivalent of an adult prison. We have 6 of them in the state. I'm going to go to line item number 2, where we talk about implementing music studios at Eastman, Macon, Augusta, and Muskogee. So this may catch some of you a little off guard, but what we have seen, number 1, we have 2 music studios currently in our system, and we're seeing across the country that the music studios are actually making a difference with the young people because they serve 2 purposes. This is not about trying to produce musical artists, but it is about trying to teach them to use the equipment just as another way to enhance the skill set. But more importantly, the time that we spend in providing counseling and groups to our young people, what we get to see from these studios is a different way of communicating. We're teaching them that you don't have to use profanity. There's a different way to express your feelings, and you can do that in a positive way. And so what we're then able to do is we have brought some of the music that they've created to our board meetings, and then I sit on a national association with other juvenile justice administrators, and we bring these songs to the group, and so that we can celebrate and give positive feedback to the youth for doing something positive. Line number 3 is an electronic medical record system in the amount of $266,257, and it's really going from a paper system to an in-house electronic system to make the process more efficient. Line number 4 is to pilot an electronic grievance system Grievances, that is a basic right that's afforded each one of our young people. And so what we see is that right now we have a paper process. If we had an electronic process, then we would be able to have more transparency. We could be more effective in responding to the grievances. So we would like to pilot software to see how we can move in a different direction with our current grievances. Line item number 5, body cameras in the amount of $395,384. So we currently have CCTV. Those are the eyes of our facilities, and they're all across the facilities. But as you all know, there are certain places in a facility that you cannot put a CCTV. However, if an incident happens, you need the video footage as well as the audio to help with the investigation. And so what we're looking for is to bring a solution. We've piloted the solutions that we currently have on our law enforcement side, but we don't need handheld cameras. We actually need cameras that's affixed to the uniforms so that the staff can worry about de-escalating the situation and not having to hold a camera. Secure detention line items, our RYDCs, these are our short-term facilities, and we have 19 of those. The things that are listed here, lines 1 through 4, are things that I've already previously mentioned, so I'm going to move on to the FY 2025. We're going to start with community services, the increase funds to provide a 4% cost of living in the amount of $2,101,954. We're very grateful because, once again, this will help us with our retention efforts. Lines 2 through 4 are statewide adjustments. Line number 5 is the additional $3,000 targeted salary enhancement for selected post-certified law enforcement officers in the amount of $397,243. Line number 6 is the state-based salary schedule to increase salaries for certified teachers and certified employees by $2,500, and the amount is $20,974. As far as the reduction in our budget, what you will see is we've taken them in contractual services. So for community services, that amount is $1,544,403. And we feel that we're able to take this cut because we've had this funding left over at the end of previous fiscal years. Moving into departmental administration, I've already touched on the 4% increase. Line 2 through 4, those are statewide adjustments. We've talked about the $3,000 for the post-certified staff, as well as the electronic auditing tool. The cut that we would be taking here in the amount of $62,974 for contractual services, like the work that we did on coming up with a retention plan. We hired a company to work with us on that. Now that that project is over, we think that we can realize a cut in that particular area. Moving to secure commitment, which are YDCs again, we've talked about the 4% increase. Line number 2, though, talks about the teacher retirement system, the increase in the employer contribution. As you know, we're the 181st school district, so our amount for that would be $36,157. Lines 3 through 5 are statewide adjustments. Line number 6, again, is the $3,000 post-certified law enforcement officers cost. And then line number 7, we're looking to bring mobile welding labs to 3 of our long-term facilities in Macon, Eastman, and Augusta. And this is just another opportunity for us to afford our young people a skill set that they can use to be gainfully employed when they leave us. Lines number 8, we've already spoke of, as well as number 9. Line number 10 is an increase in funds for the employer share of health insurance benefits for the University System of Georgia Board of Regents contracted employees in the amount of $50,689, and that shows up in our budget because we contract with Augusta University for our medical services. Line number 11 is the capital maintenance and repairs. Our facilities, some of them were built as early as the 60s, and on our YDCs, they're campuses. They're not just one building. So we have lots of buildings to maintain, and as you can probably imagine, over the years with the wear and tear of any building, as well as the wear and tear that our young people put on the building, we're making the request of $4,804,408 to maintain the building. Line number 12 is about our certified teachers, which we've discussed. Line number 13, they'll provide funds for mandatory teacher step increase. And basically what this is, by statute, we're required to pay certified education staff based on their certification and the credible years of service. And this just keeps us in compliance with that. The next item that we have is just once again taking the cut on our uniforms here. That contract, what we did was we went away from that whole adult correction look, and we've gone to a more therapeutic, more kid-friendly environment. And in doing so, our correction officers now wear khakis and polos. And so now that we've completed that transition, we can realize the cut of $392,100. With our secure detention RYDCs, we've talked about the 4%. Lines 2 through 5 is the system adjustments that we've already spoke of. We've also already talked about the $3,000 enhancements. So I'm gonna move down to, once again, line number 10, which is $9,808,818, which is the capital maintenance and repairs. And this is important because what we see, although our RYs are smaller buildings, some of the first generation facilities, the plumbing is underneath the building. So when we have a plumbing issue, you have to go through the floor. So that's just an additional cost that we are having to endure. We're also having to change out a lot of the locks in the doors in some of these short-term facilities. With that said, I'm going to move into our capital projects. For amended FY 2024, line number 15, once again, it's facility maintenance and repairs in the amount of $2,308,846, which is really just trying to maintain all of the buildings that we have. For those of you that don't know, we have 25 facilities at the Department of Juvenile Justice that we manage, we own and manage. Line number 16 is to replace 43 vehicles. We have a transportation unit that provides transportation between facilities, courts, medical appointments, and then we also have our probation staff that's constantly on the road, as well as other staff members that's traveling from facility to facility. So we just want to make sure that they're doing so in vehicles that are not only safe for the staff, but also the youth that they're transporting. In FY 2025 capital projects, lines 53 and 54 is actually for additional funding for design fees. Macon YDC is the only all-female facility that we have in the state of Georgia. And then what we're trying to do, we came before you all before, and you were gracious enough to grant us design fees. Well, the design costs went up. And so now we're coming back to ask for the additional $1.8 million that we need for each one of the facilities to design. Line number 55, Milledgeville YDC, we're asking for construction costs in the amount of $52 million to build a 48-bed facility. We currently run a YDC in Milledgeville that does not have a cafeteria. It does not have adequate space for education, nor does it have adequate programming space. So this would just help rectify that problem for us. Line number 56 is major repair renovations, $2,300,000. I cannot stress enough how important this funding is to maintain these facilities. And the last item that I have is item number 88, the Gwinnett RYDC. We had a facility in Gwinnett that we closed several years ago. Part of the problem there is, like I said to you all before, that was another situation where all of the plumbing was underneath, where the plumbing collapsed. And then we also had done some additions to the building, so it just became almost impossible to manage. And the cost to repair was going to be very expensive, and so we decided to close the facility because we didn't have enough land on that current site to build another facility. So this is just a request to allow us, the city has actually, or the county, they've actually agreed to give the state the land, so we will actually be using the funding to do any assessments on the land and also to do the design fees. And so with that said, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Sorry. Do you have questions? Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, you did thank you for the fine job you've done. I have a question that wasn't addressed as it relates to psychiatrists that are available. We have a huge number of this population that have legitimate mental health diagnoses. If you could speak to the plus or minus that percentage, and how are we doing with, it's almost impossible to find psychiatrists. Do we have them? Do we have not just primary care docs? Do we have specialists, psychiatrists available at all of our 25 facilities? Do we not? Can you help me just understand that a little better? Thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you for the question. So, like everywhere else, so number one, let me start. Any given day at any one of our facilities, we can have up to 50% of our population that's on the mental health caseload. To answer your question about whether or not we have psychiatrists and psychologists, yes, we do. Do we have them at all of our facilities? No. Are we struggling to hire and to compete in this industry? Yes, we are. So we're trying to, one, be creative with funding that we currently have and how we recruit and hire, but we are also working with the Department of Behavioral Health with Commissioner Tanner to try to get some assistance, which they've been a great partner, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle. You're welcome.
Representative Oliver.
I'm adding up all your construction costs. It looks like it's $70 to $80 million, but your population, correct me if I'm wrong, has been reduced, your hard beds, in the last 5 to 10 years, either right now or at your convenience. I'd kind of like to look at that reduction of hard bed population, but a $70 million increase in construction. Trying to figure that out.
So I will definitely address that briefly here and then have any offline conversations. So I think one of the things that we have struggled with a little bit in our state is, as the rest of the country have moved to a place of smaller facilities, because with young people it's a lot easier to manage. We couldn't manage the populations that they do in the adult system, where they have hundreds of inmates. So all of the research shows that the best practice is to have 56 beds or less. And we have facilities that were built years ago. We have some facilities that have 300 beds. We have others that have 256 beds. We can't manage those. Even if we had the staffing, it would be impossible with the young people and the nuances of the young people. So what we're in a position of trying to do is we're trying to reduce the size of our facilities so that they become more therapeutic, and we're more focused on the treatment and they meet the treatment needs of the young people. So that is the reason why we have although, and you're right, the population inside of the wire has shrunk drastically over the years. But now what we're trying to do is set it up so that we have manageable facilities. So with our long-term facilities, we're shrinking the campuses, because with the kids after reform that we're managing, that's a very tough group of kids. And so with movement and things of that nature, it just makes it very difficult to operate past or beyond 56 beds.
Okay. Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, in 1972, I did an internship at the Girls YDC in Macon, Georgia. Even though they were enclosed, fenced in, I started a softball team and a swimming team, and then took them outside of the gate to deal with the regular community, to integrate them, to show them what they were missing. What are y'all doing now as far as these young folks and trying to show them, or they integrate them into the regular society outside of the walls that they are held in?
So we do a couple of things. One of the things that I will mention is that we bring kids from across the state that have like an interest in art, and we take them to the High Museum, not just to go on a tour, but there's a competition that they enter. And so when you go to the High, you will see some of the artwork of some of the kids that's inside of our facilities. So that's one thing that we do. We also, just over the last few months, we had what's called a Spirit Day. And we actually brought kids from around the state to central office, and we brought speakers in for the young people to have an opportunity to engage with those speakers, to talk about next steps in their lives. And some of the speakers that we bring in are individuals that have lived experience, and they tend to have a better connection with our young people.
Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I was just curious about the technical certificates that your students are earning, and is that available wherever they are, and what type of certificates are they gravitating toward?
So it's available wherever they are, and I probably should have also mentioned not only through our 25 facilities, but we also have through 3 education transition centers, one in Savannah, one in Macon, and one in Columbus. And so we also offer similar things to those students as well. Those students are in the community, and they come to those centers for education. The children tend to gravitate, I think, towards barbering. Some of them, the girls like cosmetology, but we're also really trying to work to see can we get them to engage more on the construction side. As we've worked with our friends at GISFIC, what we're realizing is that that's an aging workforce, and you don't have as many people going into the workforce. So we've set up some workshops for our young people to be able to take part in, to see whether or not we can get them interested in construction as well. Microsoft with the computers, they've also gravitated towards the technology certifications as well.
Last question, Chairman Billy Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Reynolds Cobb, I had the courage to work with you 20 some odd years ago, and so I was happy to see that the governor appointed you. I know firsthand of your qualifications and professionalism. My question is, I believe your headquarters is near my district on Covington Highway.
Yes.
I see a lot of construction going on around there. Will your headquarters remain there?
Yes, we have no intentions right now to move. The city of Avondale, they've been great partners to us, and so right now we intend to stay where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Director Jay Neal with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Y'all hurry up, please. We need to move on. All right, Director Neal, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. It is an honor for us to be able to come before the joint appropriations hearing today. Let me first thank you for your support that you provided for our agency. And we are honored to be able to come and share with you today. I want to just give you an idea of what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to give you just a little bit of information about the agency. Since this is the first time we've come before joint appropriations, I know that there are some members that may not be as familiar with our agency. I have a few slides that I'm going to go through very, very quickly. They're good for you all to read. For more information, I'm just going to highlight them with agency information. Then we'll talk about the VOCA Fund for victim assistance. We'll talk about our Crime Victim Emergency Program, the governor's recommendations, and then the current operational state of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. The Statistics Analysis Center is part of our agency. We house the Statistics Analysis Center, which is the statewide clearinghouse for criminal justice data. They participate in or lead research projects with various partners around the state and provide significant support in reporting for all of our grant programs. The Justice and Compliance Division is involved in grant development and management. They provide programmatic and administrative services for our Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant Program and administer grants to 184 accountability courts. They also partner with federal, state, and local partners around the state on criminal justice-related grants. They're specifically engaged in drug enforcement, drug prevention, gang enforcement and prosecution, school safety, and law enforcement training programs. Our Victim Assistance Division is also involved in grant development and management. They house the statewide human trafficking task force and very involved in coordination of statewide human trafficking efforts. They certify victim service agencies, the Sexual Assault Tracking Kit, Cold Case Task Force, and other areas. I'm going to talk to you more about the Crime Victims Compensation Program as we go. So I'm not going to touch on that aspect of our agency just yet. Now, let me talk about grant management, the process, and I think it's important for people to understand just how involved this process is for our team members. The grant management process involves developing and releasing requests for applications, reviewing applications and risk assessments. This year's competitive VOCA grant, for example, was an application where we received more than 800 applications from partners around the state requesting more than $85 million, and we had $35 million to award. So it was a very labor-intensive and difficult process for our team. Once the recommendations go to the council, they're approved by the council, and then the staff issues and activates the awards. There's also an appeal process for individuals or programs who choose to appeal the decision of the staff, and that goes back to the staff for more further evaluation and then to council for action on those appeals. We're also involved in the programmatic and financial management of subawards. We review the reimbursement requests that come in from our partners, make sure that the expenditures are eligible and that they align with the approved budget. There's also sub-grant management. Our grant managers do site reviews or site visits, desk reviews, investigate any complaints filed against programs, and then, as a result of some of the things that are learned through that process, provide technical assistance and training as needed for our partner programs. We're also responsible for all the performance reporting and then closing out the grants. So it's a very labor-intensive program. You can see on this next slide the amount of awards that our agency manages and the average grant load per case manager. Emergency funding and supplemental awards have kept CJCC subgrantees close to fully funded, but the different rules and laws governing each of these supplemental awards requires each award to be managed individually for each subgrantee. Due to declining funds, as VOCA has declined, our administrative funds, and we'll touch on that in a little bit later as well, our declining administrative funds through VOCA has resulted in having 9 positions, grant positions, open in our Victim Assistance Division. The combination of increased number of awards and reduced staff levels leaves our Victim Assistance Division team members with grant loads that have grown from 35 to 108 grants per specialist. As you can imagine, when you look at the intensity of those managing those grants, 108 grants is not a sustainable number of grants for those individuals. They have additional responsibilities meeting the needs of stakeholders. This workload has impacted their capacity for project implementation and strategizing and drafting proposals for new projects. It has also meant delays in some of our payments. You may have heard from some of your constituents that payments have been slow coming from CJCC, and that is true. It is because of the intense workload, the heavy workload of our staff. We are now entering grant season, and our team will be stretched in order to write the applications needed to go after competitive grants in this grant cycle. We'll get it done, but it will be a challenge for us to do so. To give you a little bit of information about the VOCA funds, which has created this issue for us, VOCA grants are supported by deposits of criminal fines, forfeited bail bonds, penalty fees, and special assessments collected by the U.S. Attorney's offices, federal courts, and the bureaus of prison. Each year, Congress places a cap on the amount of crime victims funding to be released. That cap peaked at $4 billion in 2018, but the cap has declined recently and is set to be only $1.2 billion in fiscal year 24. This chart shows by fiscal year the amount of deposits into the Federal Crime Victims Emergency Fund, the obligation cap set by Congress, and the VOCA awards that we've received on a state level for VOCA beginning with fiscal year 2015. As of October 12, 2023, the Federal Crime Victims Fund balance is at its lowest level since 2006. As a matter of fact, that cap of $1.9 billion that was set in 2023 was not met until November of 2023, 2 months into fiscal year 24 before they even reached the fund balance to meet the fiscal year 23 cap. The Federal Crime Victims Fund is eventually wiped out. Deposits have been at historic lows since 2018, which limits Congress's ability to continue to fund VOCA at the previous levels. We have seen our award decrease by 60%. We are projecting, OVC is projecting another 41% decrease for fiscal year 24, which will mean that we will have seen a 77.7% decrease in our VOCA award over the last several years. Our team has been aggressively, next slide, our team has been aggressively pursuing multiple funding streams to offset that decline in VOCA, including ARPA, CSEF, FIPSA, and COVID supplemental funding. As a result of the additional funding that we've been able to receive, we have been able to maintain current funding levels for our partners, but only because the governor's office and OPB has stepped up time and time again to fill that gap as we've been going through these last few years. The primary source of these supplemental funds has been the ARPA funds. You probably saw last month, the governor released another $13.2 million to allow us to close the gap through September 30th of this year. We anticipate we'll be able to maintain the $35 million VOCA fund that we awarded, VOCA balance that we awarded this past year. It's going to be only able to happen because we have a little bit of a reserve. We've got about $32 million in reserve. We put that back so that our partners would be able to have some assurance that they'll have consistency at least over the 3 years with the $35 million VOCA award. Here's our challenge. Many of these supplemental funds run out September 30th of this year. October 1st of this year, we will have a $44.5 million deficit with our current VOCA funding levels. We are working to try to acquire some additional ARPA funding. We'll hopefully hear a little bit about that in the coming weeks or months, but we're working to try to at least close that gap a little bit with some additional ARPA funding, but it certainly continues to remain a challenge for us. To give you an idea of what that $44 million deficit would do, and this impacts, by the way, all of our victim assistance organizations, domestic violence shelters, domestic violence community-based programs, sexual assault centers, human trafficking programs, child advocacy centers, court-appointed special advocates, culturally specific programs, hospital-based violence and other violent crimes, programs that address gun violence and other violent crimes, elder abuse programs, prosecution-based victim witness assistance programs within our prosecutors' offices. All of these are at risk of significant reductions in funding. We've been notified by several of our programs that reductions will impact staffing levels and services. In some cases, we've been told by our partners that they will have to close the doors if they receive that level of cuts. We've been able, in communicating with our partners, to project that these reductions would result in about 750 lost positions around the state. Many of those positions are in the rural parts of the state, and they are direct service providing employees that are working with our victims on a daily basis. We believe that the potential reduction of number of victims served would reach as much as 125,000 if those cuts were to come into effect in October of this year. That's a pretty dire picture of our VOCA funds, but that's the reality of what we're working with and what our partners are working with. I am proud to announce, as talking about our victim assistance program, and proud to announce today, I know Chairman Albers will be excited about this, and many others of you will as well. We have been working on a automated victim notification system for a few years. That contract was awarded today. So we now can announce that APRIS will be building out our victim notification system. Work will begin in the next couple of months in implementing this. This is required. This system is required by the Georgia Crime Victims Bill of Rights and was completed with the support and participation of the judicial branch, our state criminal justice agencies, Marcy's Law, and the Georgia Sheriff's Association. Let me talk to you a little bit about our Crime Victims Emergency Fund. The Crime Victim Emergency Fund is a constitutionally created fund that supports the benefits and operations of the Crime Victims Compensation Program in the state of Georgia. We have 5 core statutory responsibilities: crime victims compensation, forensic medical exams, forensic interviews, unclaimed restitution, and human trafficking fines and fees restoration. If an individual is a victim of a violent crime in the state of Georgia, they can apply for reimbursement for expenses resulting from their victimization, up to $25,000 per victim per victimization. The Crime Victims Emergency Fund paid $15.8 million to victims of violent crime in Georgia this past year. That includes 3,956 forensic medical exams paid, 9,943 forensic interviews paid, and 20,562 crime victims compensation claims processed. The issue with our Crime Victims Emergency Fund that we've been talking with you about for a couple years now is the reduction in revenues that we have experienced since the beginning of COVID. There was a reduction in revenues, and this is the $9 monthly probation fee that is collected and submitted to the Crime Victims Emergency Fund. That there was a reduction as a result of some of the criminal justice reform efforts over the last number of years. But we were okay with those reductions. We were being able to work through them. We had realized some efficiencies within our agency, and we were going to be okay with that. When COVID hit, our revenues bottomed out. You can see we went from $14.7 million in 2019 to $9.6 million, and over the last 3 years, we've been under $9 million. We're losing about $5 or $6 million a year in revenues since the beginning of COVID, and we don't see that recovering. The Crime Victims Emergency Fund is currently projected to have operating funds sufficient to continue for another 30 months before reaching the point of insolvency in between July and September of 26. Now that's better than we have been. The last couple of years we came to you and we were looking at 12 to 18 months before insolvency. The governor, OPB, the legislature for 2 years put cash infusions into our Crime Victims Emergency Fund to allow us to continue to sustain that fund. But we believe that it's important for us to find some form of revenues amounting to $5.5 million per year to extend the life of the Crime Victims Emergency Fund and continue to meet the needs of crime victims around the state. The Crime Victims Emergency Fund is also a pretty labor-intensive division. This is a pretty busy slide, and I apologize for that, but we wanted to give you an idea of what the caseload is like, what the workload is like in our Crime Victims Emergency Fund. We received in 2023 19,234 applications. We processed 52,304 documents to go along with those applications, and we had 32,502 itemized bills that had to be verified. That's a total of 104,040 documents that were processed by our Crime Victims by our Victims Compensation Division. 3,931 of those applications were incomplete. That meant our advocates had to reach out to those applicants and help them through the process of trying to get the necessary documents in to have a complete application so we could begin viewing their eligibility. That results in 34,800 customer service calls. We had 18,275 eligibility decisions that were made. 133 of those, the victims appealed and went before our appeals board. Our appeals board meets quarterly. That requires an incredible amount of work for our team to prepare the appeals and get the information, the proper information and documentation into the hand of our appeal board members so that they can rule on those appeals as they face them. We had 20,561 payments made from our Victims Compensation Program last year, totaling $15.8 million. Let me talk about the budget. This is a summary of the budget recommendations from the governor. We're not going to touch on everything, but I want to talk about 30.6.1, increased funds to provide a $1,000 salary supplement. This was fully funded by OPB, and we appreciate that. 30.6.2 transfers 1.25 from CJCC to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. This is for school resource and de-escalation training. This is the law enforcement training grant, the unobligated funds that are being transferred. Then we're able to utilize $993,000 to cover some of our VOCA-driven operation shortfalls for fiscal year 24. For fiscal year 25, 30.6.1 fully funds the 4% cost of living raise. 30.6.6 annualizes that transfer of the $1.25 million from law enforcement training grant to GIPSTIC. And 30.6.7 allows us to use $95,000 for a budget analyst for CJCC's administrative division. Now, our state funding streams administered have increased from 61 to 112 in the last 4 years, nearly doubling the workload. And we have 3 positions in that budget office that's handling that workload. And by the way, one of those has been vacant for a couple of months. This will allow us, we have been on a hiring freeze. We've not been replacing individuals that they've been leaving now for about a year. This will allow us to backfill that position, get us back to 3 in our budget office. 30.6.8 allows us $993,000 to continue current agency operations, and 30.8.2 use existing funds of $258,000 for 3 grant specialists. The Victim Assistance Division is down 9 grant specialists. These are positions that have been open and we've not been able to backfill. That's 23%, by the way. 23% of that division has been open. This funding allows us to backfill 3 of those 9 positions. The next slide just shows you a little bit about our agency operations, and I'm going to skip through this one pretty quickly for time's sake. Our funds out the door is $193 million in expenditures, thanks to the $13 million that the governor awarded last month in ARPA. Our operating expenses are projected to be $16.3 million. $193 million out the door and agency operation funds of $16.3 million. We have in fiscal year 24 a $1.3 million operating deficit as a result of those VOCA admin cuts. Our operating shortfall in fiscal year 24 is primarily triggered by a 60% decline in VOCA admin funds. You can see our fiscal year 18 admin funds were $5.25 million. Those are down to just over $2 million. They'll be $1.18 million next year. We did not use $5.25 million for operations. Out of that, we were able to provide a number of things, like we were able to build a software system. We were able to provide training and technical assistance. There were things that we were able to do for our partners around the state. We only used a little over $3 million for our agency operations. That is going to be $1.18 million in fiscal year 25. To give you a little bit of an idea of the impact, our funding streams managed was 70 in 2020, up to 106 in 2024, while putting out basically the same amount of money to our partner agencies. Another significant impact of these admin cuts for VOCA admin dollars is we are required by the federal government to do site visits at least once every 2 years. We do annual site visits for our family violence programs. These site visits are important for a number of reasons. One, we have to ensure that that those programs are doing what they said they were going to do and that they're doing it in an appropriate manner. It mitigates risk when we're able to make those site visits as often as possible. Obviously, during COVID, we basically eliminated, during the first run of COVID, we basically eliminated site visits. We started trying to ramp those back up in 2022. In 2023, we were able to get caught back up to where we needed to be. During fiscal year 24, we have basically eliminated our travel. We are not doing site visits. We are going to have, again, probably in 2025, another scenario where we're going to have to be doing a lot of site visits to try to get caught back up. The funding to do those site visits comes from our VOCA admin dollars, and we've already talked about where we are with our VOCA admin dollars and the position that that our agency is in as a result of that. The current projections based on the governor's fiscal year 25 budget indicate that we can continue to operate at our decreased staffing level through state fiscal year 25 without additional operational attrition. In other words, the 14 open positions that we had January 1, 2024, we will continue to have, but we will no longer have to hold open positions. We are now beginning to backfill. And by the way, we have had 4 resignations just this month. The workload on our staff is to the point to where we had, I talked with someone yesterday who has just turned in her resignation, and she told me, I'm just tired. I'm just tired. We are facing some really difficult challenges with employee retention as a result of the workload they've been under for the last year and a half or so. Decreased VOCA administrative funds combined with the end of the federal ARPA grant program in September 26 will create even new shortfalls in the agency, resulting in a deficit of approximately $1.8 million in fiscal year 27 and subsequent years. Those challenges will be compounded even more if we continue to have the revenue issues with our compensation program as well. And Mr. Chairman, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Director Neal. I think most of us in here, if they weren't aware of the cuts in VOCA, they are now. And I think most of us probably have heard from many of our agencies that have been dependent on those. And it is, it's federal money, but we do see that our state funds for the Crime Victims Fund is off too. So those are further discussions I'm sure we need to have, and we do have a few questions. Let's see. Representative Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Director Neal. I wanted to ask a few things. First, the victim notification system for which you just entered the contract, I'd be interested in having some details in terms of how that's going to be operationalized, if you could share that. And then in terms of the budget questions, last year Governor Deal had, I think, 5 disregard statements for CJCC issues in the budget, and those included eliminating funds for SANE nurses, and then there were also several that related to the interplay between federal dollars and state dollars. With respect to SANE nurses, do you think that we can have some progress on that this year?
There is clearly a need. Our sexual assault centers around the state are struggling to have available and accessible SANE nurses. Sexual assaults don't always happen during business hours. As a matter of fact, rarely is it during business hours. So it's difficult when you're trying to provide coverage 24/7. It's something that we've been committed to do as a state. We continue to remain committed to do that, and we do recognize that there's a need to have more accessibility with SANE nurses around the state.
Okay, thank you. And if I could ask one follow-up. A few years ago, the General Assembly established a sexual assault tracking system and funded that to get set up. Can you give us a brief update on how that's doing?
I can tell you that that it is doing well. We are not yet where we ultimately want to be with our tracking system. We're still training around the state, offering training around the state to individuals who are inputting into that tracking system. But we have seen significant participation. We're very pleased with where we are. We think that that this was a solid step forward for our state, and we certainly appreciate all of our partners. And this has been a huge effort because now you're talking about every jurisdiction around the state having to make sure that they have the appropriate people in place to get those to take care of those kids and make sure that they're in the system. And we've made significant progress. We're pleased with where we are, but we still have a little bit of work to do.
Thank you.
Representative Gamble.
Thank you, Director Neal. I know we've talked about some of the programs impacted by the VOCA cut, but just to be clear, what you're describing is that absent state funding to fill that gap, many of these worthwhile programs will not be able to be supported. Is that my understanding?
I would say absent state funding or federal funding, which I know there's a lot of talk a couple of years ago about the VOCA fix on the federal level, and everybody thought that that was the answer. And the reality is that the VOCA fix has had very little impact in the deposits going into the program. Without the VOCA fix, we'd be in worse shape than we are, no question about that. But it has had very little impact on the Federal Crime Victims Emergency Fund. So if the federal government is not able to meet that need, then there will have to be a state effort to try to step up, or there are going to be significant issues. We did a report a couple years ago. I think everybody in the legislature had access to that. If anybody would like to see it, let us know and we can send it to you if you've misplaced it. Looking at funding requirements for sexual assault and domestic violence. Just for sexual assault and domestic violence to meet state certification requirements, they would need about $44 million more than they're receiving in the family violence funding. We've been funding that with that federal VOCA fund. Without the federal VOCA fund, we now have a gap that is going to either impact services or we've kicked the can down the road, and the governor has been great with the ARPA. The OPB's worked with us. We appreciate OPB. We've been able to kick that can down the road, but we've kicked it about as far as it can be kicked, I'm afraid, without having a real solution.
Gonna try to get us back on track. One more, Chairman Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work that everybody does at CJCC. Having been employed indirectly as a CJCC employee under the VOCA grant and VAWA grant, I speak from years of experience. Can you give us, whenever you're giving us information, can you I just want people to kind of be able to see like a 10-year perspective on the income and kind of what that income was, what it was whenever we got all the ARPA funds and we got all of those funds, and then like where we are now. I think that would really be able to frame put that into perspective.
Yeah, Director, if you can go back a few slides, I think you might have had that.
Okay.
So this is the VOCA awards. And we knew when the $104 million award came in 2018 that was not sustainable.
I keep hearing that, but everybody, there just seems to be that disconnect between whenever I worked under a grant, I knew that it was a grant and that it could go away. Mm-hmm. And that seems to not be the conversation that we're having anymore. It seems to be kind of de facto government employment because it's grant funded. And I just wonder if you could speak to that shift.
So we do not make any promises beyond the 3-year continuation. I think our partners understand that these grant funds are subject to change and they are not guaranteed. We've been very conservative in the way that we've handled our funds to try to make sure that we were able to provide some consistency for our program so that that the fund would be there long term. The reality is, it's not just about whether somebody's job is being saved and the responsibility of that job. It's what that person is doing. And over the last 8 or 10 years, Georgia has been one of the leaders in the nation in providing consistent victim services statewide, and we weren't doing that before. There would be areas, urban areas, metro areas with plenty of opportunities to raise funds, would have robust systems. rural areas where local fundraising is not possible and there's very little money would have almost no services. So a victim of crime might have to travel 6 or 7 or 8 counties to get services. Or a rape victim would have to go to the emergency room and sit for hours in an emergency room waiting to be seen by a doctor probably that's not specifically trained to be victim-centered and trauma-informed as they're doing the SANE examination. So this is not just about figuring out a way to save people's job. It's about figuring out a way to continue to provide consistent services around the state so that victims in Georgia, wherever they're victimized, will know that Georgia's there for them to provide the services that they need, and they don't have to worry about being victimized in the wrong part of the state and not having services available. That's what this is ultimately about.
There were lights left and more lights came on after that, but let me see if I can sum up what was said. I think it's what the chair lady said and what I heard from the director is, well, the grant amount went up to this crazy high amount in 2018. The state did a good job of trying to slowly let that out.
Mm-hmm.
Still, we did have providers who may have, in good intentioned ways, lived up to that grant, spent that grant, possibly baked that grant into operating costs, and now that is a problem. Does that sum it up? Some of the lights went dark, so I guess that summed up most of it. Director, thanks. I'm sure this will be an ongoing conversation.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
And finally, last but not least, we are excited to welcome our most current OPB director. Looking forward to hearing what you might have to say, and thank you for being here. And you are the last thing between us and lunch. So
understood.
No pressure.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate being able to join you this afternoon. And
hold on, can you shut the door, please?
Yeah, we want to make sure we're especially kind to this gentleman.
Yeah, y'all might want to listen to him. Thank you.
I appreciate being able to join you this afternoon as you wrap up budget week. I know it's been a long 2.5 days. Last week, the governor released his budget recommendations for the amended fiscal year as well as fiscal year 25. This week, you were able to hear directly from the governor on his budgetary priorities, our state economists on the revenue estimate and the state of the economy, and our agency leaders on their needs and specific budgetary items addressing those needs contained in the governor's recommendation. I am up here today to try to summarize and wrap up the testimony before you head into your subcommittee work and putting the stamp of the General Assembly on the final budget. Let me start off with revenue, which drives the budget recommendation. Dr. Bushman took you through the past 5 years of revenue history, both pre and post-pandemic. From Dr. Bushman's presentation, tax revenues have grown 45% since 2018. Almost all of that growth, 90% of that growth, occurred in just 2 years, 2021 and 2022. In 21, state general fund revenues grew 12%, and in 22, they grew another 22% on top of that 12%. Dr. Bushman shared with you the factors that led to those 2 years of relative outperformance. These factors include a temporary spike in personal income subject to taxation due to higher transfer payments, a boost in personal income tax revenues due to highly variable capital gains realizations, and an increase in sales tax revenue due to the shift in consumption during the pandemic from services to goods as a consequence of being stuck in our homes. As Bob explained, these factors are not structural changes to our revenue base, but rather temporary changes associated with the pandemic. In fact, almost every state saw similar revenue surges in 2021 and 2022. And like Georgia, these states have seen a reversion back to the mean or a reversion to trend in terms of revenue collection. In Georgia, state revenue over the past year and a half, since 2022, has essentially been flat. 2.9% nominal growth in state general funds for fiscal year 23 and a negative 2.5% growth for the first 6 months of this fiscal year. Nationwide, across all state governments, general fund revenue grew on average at over 16% for both 21 and 22, while flat for 23 and projecting declines for 2024. These national trends are directionally identical to our experience. Revenue projections for the amended fiscal year 24 budget and for the fiscal year 25 budget place revenue collections back on the normal revenue growth trajectory or trend we have seen since the great financial crisis. If you look in your budget book on page 15, versus the current budget, which is $30.8 billion in state general funds, these revenue estimates, combined with the use of $2.4 billion of surplus in the amended budget, result in an increase of $5.1 billion in state general funds in the amended budget for fiscal year 2024, and an increase of $3.6 billion in the base budget for fiscal year 2025. $5.1 billion, $3.6 billion are significant increases. You heard from the governor on Tuesday, as well as last week, about his priorities for this additional revenue. The governor's priorities in building this year's budget include, number one, return revenue to taxpayers. 2, utilize current revenues to defray out-year expenses and reduce outstanding liabilities. It is budgeting 101 to use good times to prepare for more lean times. Number 3, invest in infrastructure, state assets, and economic development. Number 4, improve employee recruitment and retention. 5, invest in technology to make our work more efficient and more effective. 6, meet our workload or formula obligations in order to maintain current service levels. And number 7, invest in new initiatives strategically. Focus on improvement of services, not growing administration or expanding the scope of agency responsibilities. You will find that the governor's budget recommendation closely aligns with these priorities. Let me just very briefly, review some highlights of the budget proposal you will be considering. First of all, on taxes. The revenue estimate has built in the return of $1.1 billion back to taxpayers through a 35 basis point cut in the personal income tax rate starting with tax year 2024. The revenue estimate also reflects the suspension of the gas tax in the fall for 11 weeks that provided some relief from high gas prices and saved drivers $476 million. I want to note that GDOT has been held harmless in the budget by backfilling so-called lost motor fuel funds. On the expenditure side, the budget includes a number of one-time investments. Most of these are in the amended fiscal year 24 budget that we were able to address due to the surpluses resulting from the spike in revenue that we discussed earlier. These one-time investments include $1.9 billion in capital investments. Every budget has capital investment. What's different about this one is the size of the capital investment. It's roughly double what we've invested in capital over the past few years. This package includes an emphasis on maintenance, repair, and renovation, MRR. Maintenance, repair, and renovation of existing assets to prolong their useful life, and provides additional funding for a new state prison that you heard about this morning, a new medical school, and a new dental school. In addition, this capital package is cash funded instead of incurring debt at high interest rates. And by cash funding, we also preserve borrowing capacity for future needs. Continuing on the one-time investments, The amended budget includes $500 million to address pension liabilities in the Employee Retirement System, or ERS. This is not funding for enhanced pension benefits. It is addressing existing pension debt that we have incurred. What we are doing are setting aside funds now to better ensure we can deliver on the benefits that have already been promised, and to help avoid potentially unaffordable contribution increases in the future. There's $250 million in the budget to address outstanding liabilities in the state risk management program, workers' comp claims, liability claims, and the cost of property coverage. I'm glad they like that. Yeah, you don't get a lot of cheers for risk pool, so it's good to hear. $1.5 billion investment into transportation projects, including $659 million to accelerate projects in GDOT's capital construction pipeline, an additional $200 million for the LMIG program. Those are funds, doubling of funds essentially that are going for local road upkeep, and $641 million for a new freight program to develop and construct projects that improve the efficiency, safety, and reliability of freight movement throughout the state. $500 million in additional funding for GFA, One Georgia, and REBA for infrastructure projects and to ensure the state remains competitive for economic development opportunities. And finally, on the one-time spends, $400 million in new funding for technology investments that make state agency business processes more efficient and more effective. Again, these one-time investments make up a significant portion of the new spend in the governor's budget recommendation. Most do not create an ongoing budget line or funding liability going forward. However, if positive fiscal and economic conditions persist, these are the type of issues we would like to continue to address in future budgets. In addition to these one-time investments, the governor's budget does include some new ongoing investments. Most of these are contained in the big budget, or the fiscal year 25 budget. These include $700 million for increased employee and teacher compensation beginning on July 1, 2024. This includes a 4% COLA for most state employees, a $2,500 COLA for teachers and other certified school district employees, as well as additional increases for select post-certified positions, child welfare caseworkers, as well as other positions in state government with particular recruitment and retention challenges. You know this, but I'll just mention that this is in addition to the $306 million in the amended budget for the one-time $1,000 pay supplement. In terms of new ongoing projects, there's $205 million to local educational authorities, reflecting an increase in the state's responsibility in funding pupil transportation. These new grant funds will provide local districts with some relief from increased student enrollment and operational cost increases in their transportation programs. $104 million to establish a school security grant program in the base budget. There's $11 million in lottery funds for year one of a 4-year effort to reduce pre-K class size from 22 to 20. There's $250 million in the base budget for rate increases for providers of skilled nursing services, as well as services to the elderly and disabled population to ensure continued consumer access. And $6.1 million to GIPSTIC to increase the mandated post-training hours for basic law enforcement from 408 to 793 hours. Mr. Chairman, bear with me, I'm almost done. And finally, the last group of budgetary changes presented in the governor's budget relates to ensuring our current services are able to keep up with population growth and utilization patterns. These changes are often referred to as workload, formula, or enrollment growth increases. These changes are in every budget, but they are critical in ensuring that our current level of services can be maintained and not eroded. You will see these changes, these workload changes in both the amended and the big budget. Just some brief examples: funds for Medicaid growth and replacement of enhanced FMAP, $300 million in the big budget for K-12 QBE enrollment growth, $66 million to restore the FY24 cuts to the USG teaching formula, $72 million for increased costs associated with correctional health care, $27 million in FY25 for increased credit hours in the dual enrollment program, $10 million for 400 additional transitional beds at Georgia Department of Corrections, $12 million for new now comp waivers for the developmentally disabled, and many, many more. Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, I will close my remarks there. Some folks say the governor proposes and the General Assembly perfects. To that end, I hope this has been helpful, and I look forward to continuing to work with you, your subcommittee chairs, and members of your committee as we work our way through this process.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We have a couple of members who have some questions to help perfect your comments right here. Let's see. Maybe not the Dean of the Senate, but the Dean of the Legislature, perhaps, Mr. Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask you a question. I missed it with the GBI director this morning. Y'all do the budget and this document we have, y'all help put it together. If you go to page 391 at number 52, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for construction of a medical examiner annex addition, Decatur and DeKalb County. Now, we in Macon have a building. We finally got a medical examiner. We had to put money in the budget and said it could only be spent in Macon, Georgia. A couple of days ago, we had an incident in Macon, and the body had to be sent to Atlanta. The question I have is that while we have been talking about it and we put money in to be spent in Macon, we also had money in there to do things if they needed to do something to the coolers or anything like that. Yet I see money for Decatur and DeKalb County. I don't see it for the crime lab in Macon, which is used by a lot of the southern, southeast region now. Can you tell me anything about it since y'all put this together?
I could certainly, I'll share with you, is our goal is to have medical examiner facilities in Pooler, Macon, and Atlanta. And by putting this addition in Atlanta does not diminish the facilities at either Macon or Pooler.
But I saw nothing in there for Macon, and we had the money in the budget to do it. We did it last year, and you did not spend it. And so my question is, what are you going to do about the one in Macon that folks are using now because they don't have to make that long ride to Atlanta?
Yeah, so in terms of staff, there's money in staff for GBI. I believe some of that will be occurring in the Macon office. But I would ask you to ask Director Hosey specifically about his plans for ensuring that Macon as well as the Pooler office are able to keep up with the demand on services.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
We put money in that other states are using when you start talking about Medicaid expansion.
Yes, sir.
We've got over 500,000 Georgians that don't have health insurance. We looked at the few rural hospitals that we do have now, and what they have to deal with is uncompensated care. Take folks in who can't pay.
Yes, sir.
If we, in our infinite wisdom, decide to deal with Medicaid expansion, how much more money would that cost the state?
So I believe we have a request for a fiscal note currently on a proposal. And so when that fiscal note comes out, when it's complete, that would be the latest and best. But I believe there's also been fiscal notes in prior years for different iterations of Medicaid expansion that you could refer to as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director, I don't see any more questions, but I would like to just make a statement.
Yes, sir.
That it has been a pleasure to work with you since
Likewise.
May or June, whenever that was. I do remember May the 5th. But I look forward to continuing to work with you, and glad to hear you make the comment about perfection. So,
Yes, sir.
No, but it's been a pleasure, and we look forward to working with the governor's office and you and getting a budget that hopefully everybody can live with. So
Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
With that, our budget week is almost to an end, the budget presentations from departments. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your attentive questions. Thank you for the involvement that you've already placed in this process. Do know, though, your work is just beginning. You know that will continue over the next few weeks and even few months as we work to do, as Chairman Hatchett and Director Farr said, to perfect the proposals as they've come.
Director who?
Director Dunn, sorry.
I was thinking I was living a dream. Oh my gosh, a nightmare.
Somebody's probably already clipped that and sent it to him. I'm sure. I got one or two of those that I said yesterday clipped back to me. So thank y'all for being a part of this.
One reminder too before we close.
There's another
all of the presentations that you've seen, all the up on the board, they are on the House website. You go under the House Budget Office, tab down to resources, and then look at joint public hearings, and they're all in there by day. So if you want to go back and look. I don't know about verbal remarks. No, just the handouts.
Recorded.
Yeah, the meetings are recorded.
You can rewatch right. Remember, though, while we are breaking now for lunch, there's still one more meeting at 1:30 or 1. Sorry, I got to look at my 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Chair Lady Dempsey and Chairwoman Kirkpatrick will chair that for the Community Development Block Grants program as required by federal law. Thank you again for your participation.